All right, here we go. Episode 34. Lucky number 7 if you add them up. It's going to be a good episode. Okay, let me check some things here since I'm having issues with my mic today. Say something, Rachel, Kyle. Say hello quick, just to test.
Hey, guys.
Okay. You sounded a little low, Rachel. Could be. Try it again.
Hello.
Still too
How
low.
about now?
There, you're perfect. That's all right. There's only one volume for Discord, so it shouldn't be an individual thing unless I have your volumes individually set low on Discord, which I don't think I do.
I'm telling you, I can't hear you at all. My volume's up all the way.
All right. I generally talk kind of soft anyway, but I will change that. How's that, Jesse? How's that? Is that good?
It's much, much better.
All right. All right, volumes are good.
Hey,
And it
Jesse,
turned out to be, yo.
are you ready to go hunting goblins?
Oh, yeah. Just getting volumes set here so everybody can hear each other.
So when's this season 2 of Goblin Slayer come out, Jesse? Have you heard anything?
Oh, did you watch it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still in development. It's hilarious, isn't it?
It's all about the goblins. You gotta slay goblins.
I love the character voice for the guy. Goblin Slayer.
Filthy goblins.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. You know I have to edit this out, right? Okay.
It's good stuff.
Okay. Wait till the intermission.
I made an homage in my campaign for that, just for that very reason.
Jesse,
Nice.
did you tell them you're working on some art?
No, I didn't actually. I
Okay.
told them about the group names.
Well, that cat's out the bag.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything, but
Oh,
yeah,
I was
I'm gonna
very
see
general.
if I could see if I'll see how it turns out. I'll let you guys know how it comes out.
Jesse is, of course,
Yeah,
an artist.
definitely.
Absolutely. I'm game. Let's go.
See how that works. All right.
Might take me a while, but it'll be cool, I think.
Okay. Let me check real quick. No Patrick tonight, Jesse.
What happened to him?
He's well, he missed last week too, as you know. He says he's on drill, and he
Oh.
is. I'm sure he is. He's done it before.
Yeah, I believe. I thought Kyle scared him away, but
It could be.
We're
I
okay.
thought that too. You know, Kyle is pretty rough.
I know.
Not that bad. Stop it.
No. Nah. I'll ask him when he's going to be back, because if he's on drill, how long is that going to be? So I'll find out. Anyway. All right, let me minimize this. Everything looks okay. We're all fine and dandy. Everything is good here on Foundry. Excellent. All right. So here we are, folks. Episode 34, about to get started. This is the Abomination Vaults. A great little campaign. Adventure. I consider this a campaign because it really is. It's supposed to take you up to about level 10, 12. We're about 3/4 through the first book, and there's 3 books. We're in the final chapter of the first book. So things are getting interesting. Things are getting deep. Characters know certain things now about this setting, and it's even more is being revealed. New mysteries are cropping up. So it's good. I really enjoy this. AP, Adventure Path, Campaign, Adventure, whatever you want to call it. I'm enjoying it quite a bit, and I think the players are too. And with that, let's do some intros, and then we'll do a recap. If somebody wants to do that, you'll get an extra hero point. Everybody starts with 1 hero point. Hero points, of course, are a mechanic in Pathfinder that allows you to re-roll D20 rolls. You normally don't share them with other players. You keep them to yourself. You're maxed at 3 in my campaign, which is the default, I think. So yeah, give yourself 1 hero point. Could save you. So with that, let's do some introductions. Let's see who's first up on my list here. Althea, you're up first again.
Hello, everybody. Yeah.
Good start, good start, good start.
Good start. So today I'll be playing Althea. She is a gnome cleric who follows and worships Desna, and somehow she's kind of followed these callings of her goddess into the depths of the gauntlight. That's all I've got for you today.
Excellent.
Good enough.
Good enough.
You've earned your single hero point for the session. Thank you. Next up is Sheppy. Go ahead, Jesse.
Hey guys, I play Sheppy, and he is our high damage dealing sorcerer of fire. And last week we found out some things about the gauntlight, and tonight I can do the recap to fill everyone in. And let's go.
Excellent. Kyle, what's up, my man?
The marshal has arrived. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? I'm Kyle. I'm playing this new mysterious marshal character who may have revealed some information to Sheppy in common last week. We'll get into that later, I'm sure. And yeah, well, I'm here and I'm ready for a mammoth old time. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna have lots of stuff to do. We're gonna be running through the gauntlight and possibly fighting these two lovely fellows up top. That's gonna be a party. And yeah.
Excellent. Thank you guys for that. Jesse, you want to do the recap where we left off last time briefly? Go ahead and do that. Get yourself an extra hero point for that. Kyle will be running your character tonight because I'm going to have my hands full with Farley. Patrick won't be here tonight, of course. Yeah. Did you have permission to run Sheppy's character? Check that, Kyle. I think you do. Yeah. Yes, you do. Okay, so you're all set up. You can do your die rolls and stuff. All right, go ahead, Jesse. Give us a recap.
All right, last session, our heroes had started in a combat with a mysterious gibbering creature with many mouths and disgusting. It was a very brutal fight where by the end of it, our new fighter was down, Farley was down, Althea was in its stomach, and Sheppy was standing outside, panicking, shooting spells off. But eventually, Althea became the heroine, and she killed the creature from the inside out. She took her star knife and stabbed it through the insides and killed it. So I pictured her sprouting out of this disgusting vial of creature, and she's just standing with her star knife over her head with the dripping innards of the creature dripping off her like she was reborn. And who knows, maybe she's questioning her faith right now from it. But after that, we made our way through the hallways of a cavern, and we ended up in the room with Argiel again. And from there, we told him that we were new people because he didn't know who we were except for Farley. And we went to the room with the green ribbon from earlier on in our adventure. We encountered it again, so we followed it. And we followed it through the same way that it took us last time, and was writing things on the walls like it told us about. They didn't know about the depths below and everything else. And it took us to the door which Valifor had opened before in the room with the ghoul sorcerers that we fought. And we opened the door and we proceeded down the steps to the new level of the dungeon. When we got to the bottom, the ribbon started to write out something else. Basically, what it told us is the gauntlight is a weapon, and it's used to raise the main city that's outside of Otari. So it's not meant to kill Otari. It's made to kill Absalom. So we found that out last week. And when we opened the door, the ribbon went off to the south, but we got sidetracked by what we think is the werewolf, Jaul, that Whirlingwind had been telling Sheppy about last adventure at the beginning. So that's where our adventure ended, with Sheppy trying to talk down the werewolf guy. And hopefully things come out good from this. And that's where we are.
I'm live for you now, Jesse, as well.
Thank you.
Okay, give yourself an extra hero point for Sheppy. So you got 2. Okay, let's rumble. So yeah, after taking care of creatures above, you decide to descend even further. Now you are pretty beat up, the companions. Both Marshall and Farley are wounded. They have the wounded condition, which means if they go to dying, it's going to be a lot harder to recover. Not good. Not good at all. It's going to take some healing there to take care of that. You've descended the steps. New place to explore. More mysteries to unfold. Althea provides the light for the group with her magic spell, Light. And you've made your way down this corridor, at the base of which the corridor turns to the west. A door appeared. You went to it. You listened. Perhaps hearing water dripping on the other side. You opened the door cautiously, Marshall in the lead. You saw another corridor, 5 foot wide, with walls extending about 10 feet of the length of this corridor. The other 5 feet, it looks like the walls have crumbled and fallen in. There's this pavilion ahead. You see it, and it's rising above the water. And as you come forward and peer about, you see a fire in the center of this stone pavilion above the water, about 10 feet above the water. The ceiling arched high. In fact, let's read the text to recap, because I don't think Althea or Rachel was here. This immense cavern is cold and damp. Water drips from condensation above into the large, still lake that surrounds the pavilion. Thick patches of moist mushrooms, some nearly 4 feet tall, grow along the western shore of the lake opposite you. like a narrow trickle of water feeds in from the tunnel to the south. You can see it to your left. A 35-foot long pavilion, what you're standing on right now, made of stone, stands in the middle of this lake. Elevated 10 feet above the water by more than a dozen stone columns. The entire pavilion itself is encrusted with damp, pale fungus. Fungi! It's everywhere. 2 stone bridges, one of which you are crossing, arch from the pavilion, one connecting it to the door set in the northern wall. To the north, to your right, straight ahead, actually, from where you're looking now, towards the fire and that. There's a bridge up there, and one that you just crossed. A faintly flickering campfire burns in the middle of this pavilion, its smoke curling to the ceiling. And as you step onto this pavilion there, coming from the north, you see a large, it can only be described as a wolf, a wild dog, huge, big fangs. And there standing next to him, it is a humanoid. Very skinny, pale flesh. He comes out of the light briefly along with his companion, the dog, or wolf. He begins to howl. Ow! Probably more menacing than that, but you get the point. He slowly begins to advance on the group, cautiously, threateningly. And it was just then at that point that Chapt and Marshall, weapons drawn, or at least in the case of Marshall, weapons drawn. Chapt stepped forward and began to, wait, hold on. Who are you? And all this questioning began. Through this little dialogue, this little diplomacy, it was revealed that this individual might actually be Jaul, someone who Chapt heard about, someone who is a werewolf, a druid, and is believed to have killed and murdered a number of people on a bloody rampage through Otari on one full moon night. People of Otari rose up and chased after Jaul, hurling him from the ledges and into the sea that stands next to Otari, that sets next to Otari. Chapt had learned that Jaul must have been innocent. He couldn't have done such a thing. So says Whirlwind, the gnome druid, who seems to be kind of a head dude at the stone circle which lies outside of Otari, where all the druids and travelers, ranger types gather, perhaps worshipping the various deities or nature itself. They gather here. There's a tension between the druids, this little alcove, this gathering, and the people of Otari because of what happened to this murderous Jaul, who was said to be one of the druids. Whirlwind has been trying ever since to right a wrong, to prove that Jaul was not guilty of the murders. Jaul, his body was never recovered. He's presumed dead, but Whirlwind believes otherwise. And although he hasn't given Chapt charge of solving this mystery, Chapt knows about it, and it was revealed to him. So Chapt knows a little bit about this circumstance and this Jaul. And it's believed that this individual you've encountered right now on this pavilion surrounded by murky water and fungus and a wolf is in fact Jaul. Jaul himself seems very erratic. At one moment he seems calm, not so threatening. At another moment his fists tighten, revealing blades from his sides unsheathed, looking quite menacing. The wolf next to him growls, bares its fangs at this, towards you. Then suddenly, a few words are said and a calmness comes back. And just as quick, it looks more threatening. Currently, Jaul is seated at this little fire. Across from him, his pet, also lying at the flames. Both very, well, the wolf anyway, looks very cautiously towards you. At any moment it could pounce, Marshall. You sense this from your training as a warrior. You're cautious of that wolf. You know what's going on. However, Jaul seems less threatening at the moment. He seems to be reflecting on the words that have been passed between the lips of the goblin and him. Seems okay. It's calm. And at this point, the flickering fire before you, what's on your mind, Althea? What do you think about this situation, this new individual? You've been somewhat quiet at the moment, watching, listening, peering around the corner. You have a little bit of cover. You're not totally revealed at the moment. Farley directly behind you, looking bored as he does. What's on your mind, Althea?
Well, she's just silently paying attention. And just kind of putting the pieces together in her own mind.
Just then the elf behind you, Althea. At one moment, looking behind him, the door is now closed behind the group. What is going on? Who are they speaking with? I want to peek and see. And he steps forward beyond you. With his right hand, it touches your shoulder. And he carefully looks around the corner to see the wolf. And across from him, this individual, whose name seems to be Jaul, he catches. So he's now directly behind you, Sheppy. Sheppy, what do you say to Jaul?
Jaul, tell us. Tell us your story. Tell us what happened.
I spoke of my story before. I grow impatient with words.
And suddenly, he doesn't stand up, but he looks at you quickly, turns his shoulders towards you, Sheppy.
Why do you bother me? Why won't you go away and leave me in peace?
We can leave you in peace, but would you be interested in righting the wrongs that were against you? And maybe clearing your name and seeing your friend, Whirlwind again.
What is my name, Goblin? What do you think my name is? Who do you think I am?
Jaul.
And he kind of growls and pulls away when you say that name. And just then the dog stands up on all fours, and it also... What do you do, Marshall? Quickly. Any response to this? Are you holding fast to that shield and sword? I believe you have a shield out. I'm not sure. Marshall? Okay.
Well, regardless, Althea puts a hand on Sheppy's arm and just kind of tugs it. And she says, oh, stop, you're making him mad. Why does he respond like this?
Sudden.
I think he has lost his mind.
Well, how do you help someone who's lost their mind?
Maybe leave him alone?
That's an option. I vote leave him alone. I
Hearing
don't want to
this-
start anything.
Hearing this, he abruptly stands up, and you both look and turn at the quick, sudden movement coming from his direction. He stands up in front of the fire. The dog's already standing. and he begins to start panting. You can see there's saliva dripping from his mouth. And
Easy-o.
he's looking at the goblin intently, straight down at you, Sheppy, breathing. He's looking very threatening at this point.
Althea pulls Sheppy onto the bridge. Like, so
Sheppy,
the
get
three
behind
of
me.
them. So the three of them are all on the same square, I guess.
Okay, we could do that.
Whether Sheppy's wanting to or not. If he doesn't fight back, then obviously.
You fighting back? You resisting, Sheppy?
No, it's okay.
All right.
Alright,
so
yeah, she kind of pulls him in close.
And as she does that,
I don't like
Marshall will
this.
step right where Sheppy was.
Okay, so you're backing up.
Sheppy's going to try one last attempt to calm him down. Listen, your friend, Whirlywind. Do you remember? He wanted to help you. That's why I'm here. Whirlywind. Remember.
And when you say that name, Whirlwind, suddenly his head turns upwards towards the arched ceiling, and he lets out this loud howl, which I won't do. But yeah, he begins to howl loudly and aggressively, and you all kind of flinch for a second because it was so sudden. And with that, the wolf begins to move forward about 5 feet.
Now,
to
I'm
about-
constantly checking out nature right now. Do I notice anything about this dog this wolf that's different?
It seems like a big old wolf, a wild
Okay.
one at that. But you definitely notice there is a connection between it and the individual. There's something there, a companionship perhaps.
Nothing magical, like a familiar?
No, nothing like that. You don't sense that.
Can I try to calm him down? Like, I don't know word for word what you guys have discussed with him, other than speaking these names a few times, which seem to agitate him. So forgive me if I'm just repeating something that we've just already done.
Oh, you stop saying sorry. Stop it right now.
God.
But Althea kind of clears her throat and tries to calm him down.
Okay, and what does that look like? How are you calming
Well, she's
this
still
guy
holding
down?
Sheppy closely.
Okay. Keep in mind, you're barely seen. Now,
I know.
where you're standing, you and Sheppy, that square, to the north and south, the walls basically of this corridor, this is where it's crumbled down. Your head is probably the only thing that can be seen by this creature. And you can just peer over this and see him from where you're standing. So you have a lot of cover here. So keep that in mind. But yes,
So
all
if I
he
agitate
sees
him any further, I'll be okay.
sort
of.
all he sees is this little head right next to the goblin. You're both about the same size, so he just sees these two heads.
Well, she's just going to tilt her head back to kind of project her voice upwards and outwards.
Okay.
We don't mean to disrupt what you're doing. Were we trying to get past him? Or did we just come out here and then all of a sudden...
You just walked, and there he was.
We got sidetracked by him.
Basically,
Alright, where were we heading before?
But we were following the ribbon, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it went south, didn't it?
yes, across the water, and through that little cavern area where the water is flowing out, it disappeared into the darkness.
Oh, down here?
Yes. Yep.
Oh. Okay, so she's gonna bring up the light. Did we clearly see it go? Did he see it go? Did anybody mention the green light to this guy?
No.
Okay. You just interrupted his breakfast?
Pretty much.
Alright. She just shouts, "Please, please calm down. We don't want to upset you. Forget we even said the name that shall not be named. We find ourselves, we're just trying to follow this green light. If you don't mind me asking, who are you?"
All right, give me a blind diplomacy check. This would be a request, I guess.
I suppose a request to calm down. Oh, I suppose we've already been talking to him for more than a minute, so I don't really have glad hand.
1 second, I gotta put my screen up. I didn't have my screen up. Can't play without my screen. I love my screen. There we go. Let's check out this little diplomacy here. Okay. And your roll, I'll look at Glad Hand in a second. Did you make the roll?
I did. It should be right above glad hand, because I posted it right after,
Okay, I see it.
before realizing that we had already been talking for a while, so I guess it doesn't really come into play. That's like when you first walk into a room
Glad Hand.
with a lot of swagger and
Ah, interesting.
maybe more aristocratic situations.
When you meet someone in a casual or social sitch, you can immediately attempt a diplomacy check to make impressions on that creature rather than needing to converse for a minute. Who needs that when you got Glad Hand? You take a -5 penalty to the check, however. If you fail or critically fail, you can engage in 1 minute of convo and attempt a new check at the end of that time rather than accepting the failure or critical failure.
That works.
Interesting. That's pretty useful. Very cool. What is that, a skill feat?
Yes.
Yeah, so you've been here a while. All he sees is the head. Nothing impressive. That's all he sees. This talking head.
Wow, that's some real brunette hair color there. She must be an intellectual type.
Wow. All right, so. All right, anyway, that didn't seem to have much effect on him. He's basically ignoring you. Althea, his eyes are locked on that goblin, and he's just seething once again, staring at that goblin. Marshall, you notice that dog is getting uncomfortably close as you back away. You see it kind of mimicking you and following with each footstep coming towards you. It's about 10 feet away from you at this point, along the edge of the pavilion. Suddenly, Jaul, if that's who it really is, he suddenly calms. His arms go limp at his sides after the words of Althea pass that he seems to ignore. He suddenly turns his back on you. Do you do anything?
Jarl Mersman, Chapt believes you to be innocent of the charges that are arrayed against you.
As soon as you mention that name, you see his arms tense once again. His back is still towards you. He's starting to heave. You can see his back. He's breathing heavy. He's seething. And he begins to slowly walk to the north. To this point here, currently. And Sheppy, what were you saying?
What's the dog doing?
He's just hovering around, keeping an eye on you, looking threatening. Perhaps in response to Marshall, the warrior, who is also quite threatening at the moment. Why do you mention that name so much to me?
Because it is who you are, is it not?
He abruptly turns back around, and you could see in his fists those blades
then you will pay the price for saying that name yet again. Rah!
And with that, he leaps. Not toward you, but backwards. And as that occurs, the dog leaps at you, Marshall. And with that, we're going to roll initiative. Open up your trackers. I've already rolled initiative for the creatures. Everybody, roll your perception.
As battle is about to begin.
Weird.
Did at any point did Farley like detect magic or anything as you guys were walking?
No. He's doing the search,
Oh, okay.
but no, nothing has been sensed here at the moment. We'll assume he casted it at least once. I think he might have actually done that. I think he did. And
I accidentally rolled my initiative, clicked on Chappie's, but I wasn't.
okay, where are you at, Kyle? Let's see what you rolled. You've got a 12, and before that you got a 23. I'll take the 23. I'll give you the 23.
And then I got an 11 for Sheppy, so I don't know if you wanted to give him the 12 or...
Let me give you the 23. That was your first roll. Let me do that first, then we'll get to Sheppy. Update. Okay. And Sheppy got an 11. Well, he got an 11. That's all right. Unless you want to use a hero point.
No, it's okay.
It's okay. All right. Click begin. Oh, I got to roll for Farley. Can't forget
Before
Farley.
we begin,
Yes.
Althea says very quickly to Marshall, Don't harm it. Maybe it doesn't know what it's doing."
It attacked a
Maybe.
marshal of last war. Sentence is death.
Okay, and as you whisper these final words, he's up. This Jaul. He turns about and now you notice as his hands suddenly begin to weave left and right. You notice that those blades are actually strapped to his hands. He has full motion of his hands and fingers. They're like free and they're attached to him. And he begins to weave the motions, Sheppy, that you recognize as magic, as do you, Althea. Magic. And he's going to attempt 2 actions. Something cool here. His hands thrust towards you, Marshall, and as they do, you hear the crack of electricity, and this beam, this stream of lightning comes directly towards you. You need to make a basic reflex save, which means you're hit. Let's see how much damage you take.
It's a 20 on a reflex save.
Okay, let's see what the DC was. Okay. You are going to take 18 points of electricity damage as it strikes you. Shield and all. You just go for a brief moment and you feel this burning pain come over you. You kind of stutter a little bit in your feet and your footing. All right, so you take 18 points of damage. And let's see, what else can he do? Okay. And he holds his position. No, actually, no. He's going to move. He falls back to right here. I believe that's in Let's see the light spell. Is that all bright light within its radius? It's all bright light, right? There's no distinction like a torch where it's 20 and then another 20 feet of dim light. I think it's all bright light.
Dim light for the next, so it's like a torch. 20 feet bright light, then 20 feet for dim light.
Okay. 10, 15, 20. So he's currently in the dim light zone. Actually, he's not, because that fire is glowing. He's in the bright zone, so you can see him. He doesn't have concealment, is what my point is. The fire illuminates him. And he's going to hold his position there. Next, we're going to go to this... Ow! He's up next. What's this? He leaps into the air towards you, Marshall. You just took a lightning bolt, and he's basically making a stride action. And he's going to attack with his jaws wide open. What's your armor class, my friend?
21.
He hits. That is successful. Okay. Damage. As the jaws clamp down on your bare arm, you're taking 18 points of piercing damage. Also, let me double check here. Yes. You are knocked down, which means I'll put this on your token. You are prone. You have the prone condition. So you stumble backwards. This giant wolf pounces on top of you and pushes you back. You lose your footing and you collapse to the ground. It's hovering right above you for another strike, which it does. It's going to attack you again. It's going for the throat with this final action. Tearing the flesh. Nope, that misses. You pull your shield up just in time to deflect its maw. You feel the spittle and saliva on your face and its foul breath as it, for a moment, pulls back slightly. It is done. We're going to go to Marshall. You're up.
Right. I'm gonna spend an action to stand up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and then... When you get knocked prone, you lose your equipped weapon, right?
Yeah, you drop everything. Except the shield. I let you keep the shield because technically you do strap them on. I mean, I pretty much know how shields work.
Okay.
But it takes longer
Yeah.
to release it. You can't just drop a shield.
I'll stand up, draw the long sword, and I will attack back.
Okay, you stand up. Try your sword. Or have it. Or whatever you did there. Make an attack.
28.
28's going to hit this creature. It's not critical. Normal damage.
9 points of slashing damage.
Okay. You cut into its hide. It winces with the pain. Alright, so you're done. Farley's up. Still curious about what's happening. He's drawn back to the behind Althea. Prior to this, I know he was up at the corner there briefly. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what he can do. He's pretty spent. Let's see here. That shattering gem. That might be a good idea, maybe. Since it's his turn, he calls out to you guys. Come, we must escape. We can't stay here. I'm not feeling good. And as he does so, I think I cast that before. Shocking Grasp. Oh, I did. He has it twice. One at first, once at second. Twice at second. Boy, he loves that spell. Okay. Now he can see you up ahead. And what he's going to do is he's going to put Shattering Gem on you just in case, because you're looking pretty bad. You can tell you're bandaged up, blood is coming over. You just took a beating from this wolf pouncing on you. He cast Shattering Gem. You guys should see that. So we'll refer to that if it comes to it. And for his final action, shield. As this blue glowing shield-like energy appears before him. It's quite big. Just hovering there. Of course, you guys recognize this. Oh, it's that shield again. He's always doing that. And getting in trouble for it, too, says Marshall. Sorry. All right, he's done. We're going to go to Althea. You're up.
She is in some sort of predicament here. She wants to not attack the wolf, but she also wants to heal the guy attacking the wolf. Yeah, I'll just cast a second level heal spell. Well, that was a waste. And so go ahead and heal up, Marshall.
How many actions did you spend? One?
Thank you. That was just one because it's a touch.
Okay.
And what was on the other side of this door?
That was our entry point.
Did we close it on the way in? Or is it open?
Thanks,
It's
Carly
closed.
left it open.
It was closed.
We'd have to open it to get through it.
Darn it, I thought a long time ago we said we just leave them open. Alright. Then I guess I'll spend 2 actions to walk up and open the door. Just have to unpause the game so I can move on over.
Sorry.
And she just says, let's go. I'm not going to fight this.
Okay, you see the corridor that you had previously been in. That's where you came down. There's steps to the north that lead up to the upper floors. Okay, you've pulled back behind Farley Tell, who looks annoyed that you opened the door again. And silly gnome. Sheppy, you're up.
Okay.
yeah.
How high above the water are
10.
we?
10 feet.
10 feet. Can you pull up my spells? Should you click on hydraulic push so I can read it? 10 feet. All right, move the screen over a little bit so I can see how far away the edge is from the wolf.
You call
All right, I am going to try to knock the wolf 10 feet with my hydraulic push.
Okay.
Try to push him in the water.
So that's a critical success you need.
Yeah. So, hero point might be in order. We shall see. Roll it.
Component 60 feet, targets one creature unaffected. or unattended object. Cast time 2. Okay, 22. That, I think, is going to hit. Yes, it does. That's a hit.
So it would knock it 5 feet instead. Would that trigger an attack of opportunity?
I don't think forced movement does.
So he moves 5 feet. No, it's not going to
Yep.
be. It's not
And
going
then
to.
roll the damage.
Where do you want him to move, Jesse?
Straight back.
Okay, right there.
Well, to the left. To the left.
So you want that gust to hit him from the north, so he's pushed to the south.
No. West.
That's where I had him. Straight back. Away from Marshall and you, right?
Yep. Go ahead and roll the damage for it.
You want to do that, Kyle? Or do you want me to click it? As out of nowhere, this gush of water appears right in front of you, Marshall.
Steam.
Steam, a gush of steaming water, whoosh, pushing this wolf straight back towards the edge of the pavilion. I'll roll the damage because I don't see it.
Yeah, Kyle dropped out because the stream ended too.
That's okay. 10 points. 10 points of bludgeoning damage. Ow. -10. Okay.
And then with my final action,
Okay.
I will move behind Farley. If there's room, because I can't see the map now.
You can move behind Farley and Althea and be alone in your square and be beyond that door, which is okay. You can do that. Otherwise, you're going to be in the same square as Althea or Farley because they're right behind each other, and everybody will be flat-footed. So you want to just
Well,
go
I don't want them to be flat-footed, so I'll move on the other side.
Okay, 15 feet. On the other side of the door, he says,
Thank you, Althea.
as you pass by, holding the door for him, Althea. All right, round 1 is done. We're going to go to round 2. Oops. Darn it. All right, next. Oh, 1 second.
Hey, I'm streaming for you, Jesse.
Thank you.
I don't have access to your character sheet or anything, but at least you can see the map.
Yep.
Because
That
I
helps.
guess Kyle's power just went out.
Oh boy. Well, this gives us an opportunity to get out of here. Because I
Yeah,
don't think we would.
I think you're right.
And that's my turn.
Okay, great. So we're back at the top, which means it's the enemy's turn. I guess he's kind of out of sight for me now.
Yeah. I don't see him either. Well, yeah. Obviously.
Yeah. I debated jumping into the water and just swimming towards the hole,
I did,
but
I did too.
but I didn't want to take the chance of like jumping in there and the wolf coming after us and then aquatic combat.
Yeah.
And then
that would
finding
be
out
good.
the hole's too small.
All right.
Oops.
Oopsies. All right, he's up next. Jaul. Where did he go? There he is. Okay. He's done. We're gonna
How's
go.
that wolf looking?
Can you hear me, Jesse?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear
He's
me?
injured.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you. I can hear you well.
Okay.
All right, the wolf is directly in front of Marshall, about 10 feet. The whole party is in a single file in this corridor. Sheppy, you're right in the rear of that. The creature itself is about 30 feet from you and about 10 feet from Marshall, who leads the group. And it's the wolf's turn from 10 feet away after being struck by this gush of water that just briefly appeared out of nowhere, pushing it back 5 feet. It's going to once again lunge towards Marshall relentlessly. So there's its move. It's going to make a strike. Once again, it attacks you with its jaws.
We could see you roll.
We saw that roll.
Yeah, you did. That's going to be a hit. Normal. Let me make this blind. Terrible. Okay, let's roll damage. It's normal damage. 12 points of piercing damage. All right, let me give 12 to Kyle. Ooh. He is...
Shattering gem.
Ooh is correct.
He has shattering gem on him. Don't forget.
Oh yeah, shattering
Oh,
gem.
yeah. All right, wait a minute.
Yep.
Let me give him his 12 back. And then we'll do this. All right, shattering gem. That's right. It did appear above his head. This little stone. It's easy to forget. Let me put that in the chat real quick. Can I make this public so everybody can see? I don't know. Anyway, large stone floats by the gem has 5 hit points each time a creature strikes a target. Strikes the target with the gem. The target attempts a DC 11 flat check. So who wants to roll for Kyle? Anybody can do it.
He is going to do it.
Well,
Just-
I think it's just me.
Good old D20. Go for it, Rachel. It's about time. It's about time you had some rolls for other people.
Oh, I
my
got 10.
10.
0 points?
I
Right.
forget what for shattering gem. What does that do? What did we need?
On a success, you got a failure. The gem blocks the attack, so the attack first damages the gem. It only has 5 hit points. And then applies any remaining damage to the target. All right? So in this case, there would be 7. Yeah, 7 points going on Marshall. Which will be enough to drop him. Or no, it won't. Actually, it'll actually save him from...
Yeah, I think he'll still have, but the creature's still got more turns, or more actions.
One more. If the gem is reduced to 0 hit points, which it would be in this case, it shatters, immediately dealing the creature that destroyed it, the wolf, 1d8 slashing damage with a basic reflex save. As long as the creature is within 10 feet, which it is. So, if you want to use a hero point to re-roll that, you can. Otherwise, it failed.
It's really like 50-50 because I got a 10. Like, getting it better or worse.
Our luck, it usually gets worse.
Right? And I feel like he's gonna need that hero point to, you know.
All right, so you don't use it. Okay.
What's his wounded condition? Can you see how wounded is he?
You should be
Like
He's 2.
wounded 1 or 2?
wounded
I'm
2.
sure he's 2. Yeah.
That's dangerous.
That is dangerous. Yeah. Well,
He just, this is his first game with the character.
I know. Disposable heroes.
more and more accurate every session.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. Do
Yeah.
you do it?
No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. He'll save the hero point to make a save for his death roll.
Okay. What's
So you
Remind
said it's 1d8 for
right.
the damage?
Let's remind ourselves of one thing with hero points. You can spend all your hero points to instantly stabilize if you go down. You don't have to use it for rerolls only. There is an option, if you have at least one hero point, you could spend them all to instantly stabilize from death. No roll is made, you just immediately
Oh, yeah.
stabilized.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Save his bacon.
Exactly, and it's not like he has the 2 hero points, it's just 1. Shepu's the one with 2.
Yep.
All right, so he takes
So-
12 hit points. He drops.
Alright, and the shard is shattered, right?
It is shattered. And let me make a DC 20. Reflex save. 1d8, you can roll that. That's the damage. So you go ahead and roll that.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm rereading it again.
It succeeds with a success. It's going to be half damage, whatever you roll.
Alright, so even on a failure, the attack still hits the gem, and the gem explodes? Is that how we're reading it right?
Oh, did we do it wrong? Each time a creature strikes the target attempts... Yeah, it didn't work
Yeah, I
in
think
this
it's only
case.
on a success. It's
Yeah.
only on a success.
Yeah, didn't do anything.
Alright, so let me deselect that.
Yeah, so there was no wolf savings throw there. Okay.
Now, do we see any kind of reaction with the wolf? Because in my mind, in Althea's mind, she's like, all right, we've got Master and Pet. Master is leaving. Wolf's still here. Like, has anything changed with the wolf?
No. It's basically in a death fight with Marshall, and once again it knocks him to the ground. In this case, Marshall has gone limp.
And he
It's
starts at dying too, right?
Yeah. So he's now dying 3, isn't he?
Yeah, because he just went down again.
Is it? I thought he just would start off at dying too. You might want to check up on that. I'm not too familiar. I'm trying to look for my GM screen.
Yeah, quick, get out the screen. I think it's you go dying 1, so 1 plus 2 would be 3. If it's critical, you'd go down dying 2, and since he's already at wounded 2, he would be killed because he'd be at dying 4, and that's when you die. So it's defaulted at 1. Whenever you go to dying, it's always 1.
Yeah. Well, first off, you can go ahead and change his, if you haven't already, his initiative to before the wolf, so we can remember that.
Excellent. Good catch.
Anytime you gain the dying condition or increase it for any reason, add your wounded value to the amount you gain or increase your dying value.
So if he's wounded 2 and he dies, he's gonna go to dying 3, because his wounded his wounded value is 2. Math. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're
Well-
right. It's just I don't understand why it says or. I guess it's situational.
I hate when they do that.
Yeah, add your wounded value to the amount you gain or increase your dying value. So it sounds like you can go wounded 3 or go dying. I don't get it. Just do dying 3.
Come on. I can't read that. Left click makes it 1, right? Why is it not clicking? Let me try this. Left click to increase the value. Yes.
Well, now he's wounded 3.
That's what he should be. Oh, wait a minute. That's his wounded. Ah.
Yeah, he should be wounded 2, dying 3. Right?
Yes. He should be. Well, technically, he'd be wounded 3 when he wakes up out of this, but we'll keep him at wounded 2 for now. But his dying should be
There you go.
dying 3. As soon
And
as
then he's got to be. Well, I think once you click it, all the conditions apply.
What am I doing wrong here? Let me take that off as token, because I think that's the problem. Go to his status for his token and click on dying. Why is it not adding a value? Just shows him as dead.
It's
Oh,
almost like he's an NPC.
No, it's my fault. There's a separate condition for dead and dying. I have him marked as dead, so there's no dying condition. Let me put him at dying. Wow.
Wow, that'd be bad.
I haven't been doing this for a year. All right, so he's wounded 2, technically 3, but he's dying 3, and all the conditions that go along with it. Prone, flat-footed, so on and so forth. Unconscious.
Alright, so I do want to let you know that Kyle, there's a storm,
Yeah?
and he lost power,
Oh, no.
and that's why he's not here.
Wow.
Tell him to
I'm-
download the Foundry on his phone so he can be here.
Well, he messaged me he just said Storm just knocked out our power, so I'm sure he's trying to correct things at home.
All right, let him do that. That's okay. That's fine. We'll,
Okay.
we'll handle his character for him. That's all right. Let me think here. Let's back up. What happened here? The wolf moved, it attacked, dropped him, shattering gem. I guess is still there.
I guess so.
And he has one more action left. All right, let me go to the Oracle.
I knew this was going to happen.
What, the Oracle? Or somebody
Yes.
drop? The Oracle?
Yep,
All right,
every time.
Let's see if the wolf continues to rend and tear at the flesh of this warrior, or jumps onto the less threatening elf. There's a slim chance he will do this. And it does
Hey,
not.
Kyle.
Hi.
Hey,
It leaps over the body and strides towards the elf, and that's where it's going to end its
Well.
turn. Next is Farley, just in time to react to the sudden appearance of this large wolf salivating in front of him. Ugh. He does have his shield up. Spell effect shield. 0 rounds remaining. Expires start of initiative 18. Oh, at the end of my turn. Okay, I got that. So the shield still's up. Alright, so, I guess. Farley lets out a scream. Thanks, Althea, for holding the door. 10, 15. And runs down the hallway past you, limping, if anything. And it's going to have that shield back up again. So that's going to be back up. Cantrip maintains it or whatever he does. And we're going to go to Althea. You're up as the elf passes by. You're holding the door right now, and you see a wolf directly in front of you. Marshall lies motionless directly ahead of you.
Oh boy.
I knew this was going to be bad.
Well, at least Sheppy goes right after me. He can close the door. But I gotta heal. I gotta heal. So I've got to do the 2-action healing towards Marshall.
Okay, 2 actions, 2d8.
Oh, much better. 31.
Oh, nice.
31.
Desna has totally blessed us today.
Yeah,
Talk about some blessings there.
the robot's talking.
Oh.
Okay, let me change. He's no longer dying. Let me get rid of that. He is wounded 3, however, and he's still prone and flat-footed. But yeah, you begin to come to, Kyle. You feel this energy about you. You feel your muscles tightening. You feel invigorated. You're laying on your back. Your weapon has fallen from your grip. And just as you tilt your head backwards, you see this wolf. Its back is turned towards you, and it looks like it's attacking Farley and Althea down the corridor. You don't notice anything else. And Althea, you spent your 2 actions for the spell.
I still have my 3rd, and she yells, "Run!" And she bolts down. I don't know where this goes, so.
What's your movement rate?
Oh, geez, 25, I think. Yeah, so I've only done 15. She's at the stairs.
All right, you're heading up towards the doorway.
Actually, hold on.
Okay.
I take that back because I don't think there's any light source. So she runs to the corner.
Okay.
No, there is a light source from the campfire.
That will lead Marshall down the hallway.
I think Marshall can still see it from the campfire.
A little bit.
Am I correct?
He could see in the pavilion area, but as the light dissipates as it goes into the corridor, he's going to see less and less. It's hard to see you, Sheppy, from where he
has
is.
dark vision, so
But he doesn't.
he could still see. Yeah.
Well, if he runs straight, he'll see the light when I'm at the top. Because the light will peer down. So it's like seeing a light at the end of a tunnel.
Exactly.
Alright, so yeah, she runs to the top.
Okay, next is Sheppy.
Okay.
Door's
Do
still
you
open.
remember your spells?
Yeah. Oh, I think I have one more hydraulic push. And I'm going to cast it.
Stay in character, please.
Sheppy uses his last hydraulic push
Yes.
to try to get the wolf out of the way for our new companion to get out of there.
All right, now there's a little wall to the left and right of the wolf, to the north and south of the wolf. You could topple him over it. There's a chance, but it's not guaranteed. If you hit him with the water, he'll go over. That's what would happen if you got a 5-foot push. Otherwise, you could push him straight back over Marshall, and it'll either end on top of him or beyond him, depending on your success, critical or otherwise. So keep that in mind
All right.
as you make.
I don't know how we're going to roll this unless Kyle's here.
I can do it.
Well, I was going to say, I've already got it in the chat to roll it, because I went and scrolled back up, but
Good.
it's going to be a d20 plus 10.
Okay, go for
Yeah, I
it.
think Sheppy has plus 11.
Oh, this
no,
one says plus 10.
Okay, so it's the same.
Alright, did you decide where you're going to try to push him?
I can't see, Fritz.
Hold on, I can bring myself back down. There you go.
Okay.
Just push him up and over.
Well, let's try to hit him first. Then I'll decide
Alright,
where to put him.
I'll go ahead and roll that.
Okay, wait. 1 second. 1 second. I'll take that roll.
Okay,
roll.
good.
But
I'm looking at your spells now. You have hydraulic push once as a first level
yeah,
spell.
that's what I figured.
And you won't. This would be the second time, so you don't actually have this spell. Correct? No, you do. You're a sorcerer. You're not a wizard.
Right.
Uh,
So I have it.
so let me click cast. It's 2 actions, and we'll take the roll, which was 28 for an attack roll. And that hits. It's not going to be critical, so 5 feet.
All right, so I want to push it diagonal above Kyle's character instead of off, because I can't, because of the wall.
Okay, you can do that. I'll put him there.
Yep, right there. Okay, and Sheppy will make his way up the steps for his last action.
Okay.
Oh, one thing. Roll the damage for that spell, because it does take damage.
You want to do that, Althea?
She's got it.
It's first level.
I clicked damage. No, I don't think that went. What's the dice?
Oh, there it
Oh,
is.
you got it. You got it.
8 points. Eight points. 3d6. It's 8 points in total to the wolf. All right, got that figured out. And this gush of water, steaming water, appears out of nowhere once again after these strange words being muttered by the goblin once again, who stands in the doorway. This strange gush pushes the creature right over top of you, Marshall, and water doesn't touch you for some reason, although it is warm and you can feel its heat. But the creature is now on the other side of you, being backed up by this water. Not sure what's going on. And what else were you doing? Moving up the steps and out of sight?
Well, Sheppy has one more action.
Okay.
I'm thinking I'm going to use my focus spell. I don't know if Kyle can put it in the chat or not.
Let me take a look at it.
I'm Discord exclusively for the moment, Bubby.
Okay. Fritz can get it.
Okay, you have your focus pool. It's still at 1. You've got Elemental Toss. Takes 1 action. It does have an asterisk next to it, so it's fire damage. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I'm going to try to hit him with it.
Okay, and let me put this in the chat for everybody. Elemental Toss. Blink. I'll click Cast. And where does it keep track of your slots? Oh, I see.
You click the little bubble by focus, and it'll take it away.
Okay. It says you have 0 slots at first level currently.
No, I did focus. I did focus before.
I know,
this.
but I'm looking at hydraulic push though. I want to make sure I didn't cast it when you didn't have any slots. It says 0 currently. I didn't.
Yeah,
I just noticed this now. So every time you push cast on your character sheet, it deducts from your slots automatically, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Pretty sure I clicked it. All right. Anyway. Elemental Toss. Make a spell attack roll, dealing 1d8 damage. Let me make that attack. Oh, is this against the creature? The wolf?
Yeah, I'll hero point that.
All right, let me see how much cover it has. Yeah, it's going to have a lot of cover. You got a 12. You want to hero point that? Okay. Let's right-click it. Rachel said you can do this. No, it's not.
Oh yeah, the chat. I was gonna say it's towards one city. There we go. I don't see it here.
Yeah, I don't see it either. That's okay.
We used to be able to do it.
I knocked off a hero point, and we'll just re-roll that. Once again, some things don't let you right-click on them. I don't know why. For me, I can't right-click it. Nothing shows up. And you got a 15. Which is going to miss.
Okay, I'm done.
The ball of flame just zips through the steam and beyond, somewhere out of sight. Okay, Sheppy's done. We're going to go to round 3. right, Marshall, you're up. What would you like to do, Kyle?
Fighting withdrawal, please.
Now, you're currently
I'm
prone.
like that anyway.
You're currently prone. You're wounded 3. It's a dangerous situation. Your friends are making good an escape. It's all you know. Calling to you. The wolf is right in front of you.
Okay, so we are officially calling it pineapples, alright. I'm gonna collect my weapons, stand up, and head for the door.
Okay. 1 action to pick up. Another action to stand up. And you got 1 action to stride. Your movement should be 20 or 25. I think it's 25.
Yep, 25, and hopefully shut the door on the other side.
You can move up to the beyond the door and shut it. That's an extra action to shut it. Or you can just run.
Yeah, then we'll just go with the run for now then.
Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 25 will put you right where Althea is. I'll put you ahead of her.
Oh, I was only there so we could see the action. But she's technically at the top of the stairs.
I see it now. Sneaking around.
Yeah, because like from here, I don't know what's going on. But everyone else needs to know.
All right, so Sheppy's the only one at the door and is able to shut it. All right, Marshall, you're done. We're going to go to the wolf. It should be out of sight for Sheppy. Let me take a look. Yes, it's out of sight currently. Beyond the wall. You cannot see it. Sheppy, I mean. So the wolf disappears out of sight. Farley is up next. He's Hall, and he sees everybody collecting themselves. Quickly, shut the door. Let us run to the top. And he's going to disappear out of sight. He's heading up the top of the steps. Gets to the door. You hear it open. And he goes out of sight. Althea, you're up. He passes you by, but you're not far behind. A couple strides, you'll be in that chamber above, if you follow behind.
Run down the stairs, close the door, run back up the stairs.
See, 5, 10,
You
15,
forgot
20.
to close the door! She
No worries.
books
Don't
it,
worry.
slams the door. She doesn't even look if she could see the wolf. Slams the door and rushes back.
While Sheppy's standing there holding the door, ready to close it, because he's next. Okay. She comes down the steps, says her bit, slams the door, and runs back away after giving a mean look to Sheppy. Back up the steps she goes. So you're right where you are now. Somewhere thereabouts. Sheppy, you're up next.
All right. I guess what we're doing is we're getting out of here. I think we need to regroup and assess our situation.
Stay in character. Stay in character.
We need to get out of here
Yes.
and assess the situation quickly. Run! And then he's going to make his way
All
up
right.
into the upper levels.
You have 3 strides. You can make it to the top room where Althea currently you can see, as well as the elf catching his breath. And we're going to go to the next turn, the next round. Marshall, I assume you're going to also head up the steps? The door is shut behind you. You're the last one.
I'm gonna do something stupid. I'm gonna head up the steps.
You are. And it takes 2 strides. You're back up there in that chamber. You see Althea, the elf, and Sheppy all gathered. If you want, you could spend an action to shut the door behind you.
I will do so. Absolutely.
Okay, I picture all you guys up in that room panting away. You've got...
I want to point out that Althea is not mad. She's just panicked. Completely panicked.
Why are you panicking, little gnome?
Well, you
I
saw
just saw the... We just saw a wolf take you out! We have to get away! Look at your wounds! You're bleeding from your ears, your nose, mouth. You're just covered in blood. Farley's still not, like, he's still injured from previous fights. I'm not looking so hot myself. There's no way we would have won. And I didn't want to fight them to begin with.
Oh, I wasn't picking a fight either, little gnome. But that creature seemed to pick a fight with us. And yes, I am wounded. And it, like as Althea mentions his wounds, he looks down to the tattered black cloak. And you can hear him whisper something as he rips the remnants off. And underneath, you see the last wall livery. Though this one's quite different. It's got several honors and commendations sewn into it. And you see what looks like a Silver's Marshal badge sewn into a pocket on the left breast, sort of glinting a little bit. I don't think I will need these rags any further.
You got some explaining to do, my friend. What are those vestments? I have seen them before.
My.
Thane wore
I'm sure
similar
that you
ones.
have. Yeah.
More and more, you're becoming like Dane. You need to explain.
Like I said before, little goblin, a father never forgets.
Yeah?
So I
So?
did hear you correctly.
You did. I am Bayon McTheer, Marshal of the Western Garrison of the Army of Last War.
Okay. So your name is Bale. And?
Yeah. And the man you companioned with, one you called Dane. He was my little pup.
And where were you while he was in the gauntlight with us, being who knows what, torn apart, transformed?
Yeah, what
Where
she
have
said.
you been?
Yeah.
He sent word to me a few days before his passing, requesting my help flying reinforcements. I came as quickly as I could. Your reinforcements have arrived.
And I'm sure your guilt will be punishment enough. We now need to focus on who the heck was that guy.
I believe the goblin called him Yao Mesman. He seemed to react to it quite vigorously.
Well, you have to remember. I think what I was told is this happened 500 years ago. I think he's lost his mind in the past 500 years.
He just
500
attacked a
years.
marshal and 3 companions. Sentence is death. Don't care what's left of his mind to find.
Well, we need to heal. What do you suggest? Do we hole up in the dungeon here with our provisions? Eat?
Yes.
All right.
I suggest we withdraw back to our supply room, rest and recover, and then we go back down.
Well,
The fight is
Well,
not over
well-
yet.
we'll decide on that. For now, heal.
Yes. We'll see if we're even able to head back down. But yes, where?
I'm fit to fight and ready to go.
Yes, I know. Death Wish fighter. You're all the same.
Possibly, little goblin. Possibly.
Right. I'm not really great with directions, but I think if we continue west,
Definitely not
uh,
you.
definitely not east, opposite direction. But I think
There's
that's
supply
where our
rooms over
hideout
there.
was. Yeah. Gotta head that way. Who's leading?
Marshall.
Not. Okay, good, because I'm not good with directions.
Sheppy will show him
Marshall
the
will sheathe his blade and sort of shoulder his spear. Come on.
Okay. So after you make it to the top and have this little conversation, Marshall holding his shoulder against the door in case something approaches, you have this little short conversation, make a little planning. What do we do next? What do we do next? And that is to head to the east. Or the west, sorry. To the west, of course, lies a couple chambers away, lies your little stash, your little chamber where you have gathered some supplies for just a circumstance like this. It is currently guarded by a spell, an alarm spell, which Farley assures you, so far nothing, my friends. Nothing has come upon our stash. And you could make your way in good order to that location if you so choose. That's the plan, correct?
Yep, that's the
Yeah.
plan.
Yep.
All right, Rachel,
I'll head that away.
it's just me and Rachel now in Foundry. So Rachel, yeah, I guess you can do that. I don't have it paused. Let me
Oh,
open
hey,
it.
yeah. No, we'll just stick to the light that you have.
Okay.
And we can carry that forward.
And nothing seems off as you make your way through. You see the fallen bodies of the ghouls starting to decay. The smell of death is all over this place from your victims, basically. Not that it smelt good before that. And
We
you
say the secret word.
Oh, yes. I'm glad you reminded me. Hero point for that, Rachel. Give yourself a hero point for that vital reminder, which is...
I
I
sense
had
a
it.
lot of sarcasm there, Fritz.
I had it written right here, but I guess it's no longer there now that we've moved, maybe?
Marshall,
But
you come to the location. Farley steps forward and he grabs your shoulder. Wait, my friend, we need the password. He shares that password with everyone, which in this case, he changed it. It's, Farley is your king. Go ahead, Marshall.
right on the nose.
King, huh?
You reluctantly mutter the words, and as you do, you proceed without any sounds going off. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to check. And everybody else does likewise. You make your way back into that little chamber, and I'll use the torch to show your location here. And everything seems as you left it. It was a short while ago. You haven't been gone that long. But there you have access to, I believe, I'm sure you guys have it written down. My notes say 50 torches and 20 rations, plus whatever you want to add to that. And you're in a safe little location. The spell is still up. You can recuperate here, gather yourselves, post a guard somewhere, do whatever you'd like. You're currently in that one chamber where your supplies are. What do you do?
All right. Do we want to blow off all our healing spells before we sleep? And then we'll get them back? I have a few.
Althea shyly says, I have just the one. But that sounds like a good idea. Question, how long has it been since we've rested? I don't know the track of time right now. We've been underground for a while.
It's been several hours since we've last rested.
You're still good with the rest.
Mm.
They move time forward about another hour. 2 hours. Sorry. 2 hours.
Well, we could do medicine checks.
Yeah, we can do that, yeah.
Farley's good
Farley.
at it.
Yeah. Farley, if you don't mind, do you mind checking our wounds? And whatever we can't patch up, we'll use our magic to heal.
Now, just let me clarify before we go any further. You're all in this chamber. Doors have been shut behind you. Do you want to post any guards? Do you want to... Because this is going to take some time.
Farley has 2 alarms, right? One in this room and one in the other room.
I believe he only has the one alarm spell centered on this room here, which is quite...
I think so, yeah.
It's quite a big area.
I'll keep a watch toward the hallway. I will keep a watch toward the hallway just to make sure that we're not being followed.
In the other chamber or in this chamber?
That chamber.
And this chamber, just in case anything comes into the other chamber.
All right. So I imagine you have the door open and you're watching the other chamber as well as this one.
Yeah, just slightly cracked open, just enough where I can see out of it.
Okay. Basically, where the torch is exactly where you're standing. If you can see that, I don't know.
Yeah, that works good.
Okay.
Put Farley in there, too.
Yeah. So Althea will keep her ear at the door, at the southern door. Farley, you heal yourself first. Those wounds look really deep. And then take a look at Sheppy. Marshall, or Bayon and I will keep an ear at the door. Althea, like, shakes her head, kind of, like, looks to the side, like she's never going to get used to calling him something other than Marshall.
Marshall works fine there, little no. It is my rank, after all.
Marshall was number 2. Want to check him out, too, with healing? Is that what you said?
Sheppy.
Sheppy. Okay. Okay, Sheppy, you're going to get back 9 points. I think I have to do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you got 9 points back from the medicine check from Farley as he steps over. Come, my friend. Let me see to your wounds. And he begins wrapping your injuries with this gauze and wraps. He also did it to himself, but he doesn't seem any better from it. Who is next? That's 20 minutes.
The gnome.
Did he do it on
next.
himself?
Yes.
Okay.
Stay in character.
I believe Miss Althea is next.
Okay, let's try this again. Another medicine check for Farley Tell. Okay, he's doing the DC 15 one. I'm not sure he's an expert. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Uh-oh. Oh, failed. So another 10 minutes goes by of nothing. It's just not working. I think Farley, not being too well right now himself, is just not up to the task. Hold still, gnome. Hold still. I will bind your wounds. And
I wasn't very kingly, Farley.
kind of takes pause about coming towards you and healing you. It's been a half an hour. But you should probably get some healing. I think that takes away your
It should take away the wounded condition.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's try it on you. That'll be 40 minutes sitting in this chamber doing this.
During that time,
Yes.
Sheppy will focus for 10 minutes to get his focus point back as well.
Oh, good. Got a 19.
Okay. Marshall gets 9 points back. Do I have to do that as well?
Yeah, you
Yes,
got.
I'm
I
not
don't have any
bounded.
control of anybody other than me.
Do you want control of one of these guys? Marshall, maybe?
Yeah.
All right, 1 second. Marshall, where are you? There you are. Okay, configured permissions.
Thank you, Farley.
Owner. You're welcome, my friend. Rest. And he steps away.
No time for resting. I'll rest when I'm dead.
Yes, yes, of course you will. Let me get rid of this shield spell.
Okay, you already healed him for the 9.
Right, I got him taken care of. His wounding condition is gone. You could take that away. And that's it. It's 40 minutes of healing skill. Everybody's pretty much immune to it until another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I think.
So by the time he gets done with Bale, he could try to heal himself again.
Yeah, we could go around like a carousel here if we wanted. It's going to take another 20 minutes sitting here waiting, and we can start over again with Sheppy. Or on himself, I should say. But it's getting ridiculous here. 40 minutes have passed. He's worked up these bandages. You've got a little bit of healing going on. He still looks pretty rough and wounded and worse for the wear. What would you like to do now? And Sheppy, you do get your extra focus point back. Let me go to your character sheet.
While you're there, how many heals, level 1 spell slots do I have?
Okay. Focus points. Let me experiment here. Yeah, that's what it was. That's how it works. Okay. How many healing spells? You have
Level 1 slots, basically.
1. Oh, you have 0. You have 0 slots at first level.
I used them all?
Mm-hmm. You must have. It's at 0.
Hydraulic push.
That's second level.
No, you got it at first. I don't see it. I don't
it
see
is?
it. Yeah, I don't see it under second level at all.
No, it's not second level. It's first.
Yes, I don't see it under second level. It's first.
Okay.
You have 0 first level slots available.
Well, I'm out of healing.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, so there's nothing there, Sheppy. Did someone have potions? Yes.
I think Farley does.
Sheppy has 3 healing potions.
Yeah, I bought them when I was in town.
Hey, those aren't cheap.
No. He gives one to Farley.
Let me see.
Althea holds, like, as you're trying to pass it, she kind of holds off. Just give me a second. Let me think about this. We might need those later.
Okay.
I have just one more spell left, and if I can just do this right, I can kind of get everybody all at once, but I don't know if I have the energy in me.
Well, pray to that god of yours. Maybe she'll help us.
I sure hope so.
Yes, but don't tax yourself.
We're beyond that point, Marshall.
Possibly.
I'd just like to add, if I heal everybody, we really have to play it safe from here on out until I can get a full night's rest. Because I don't know what I have left in me.
Sheppy agrees. We do need rest. My spells are pretty tapped as well.
And if what Farley said earlier, I think they're in the same position as we are.
All right, then you use your spell, you rest, I will keep watch.
guess I'll do the 3-action healing just to get all of us, but maybe we'll wait just a little bit longer so Farley can attempt to get rid of their wounded condition. But she'll definitely cast the spell.
Okay.
And it's already going to be a pretty big healing, so like emanation, so we cover everybody in the room.
And outside the room, too. All right.
And outside. Oh no.
13,
I clicked the button.
13 points, 2d10. You got a 13.
I did? I clicked public. Oh, wow.
There.
There was such a delay with that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 13. I'll take it.
All right, Farley.
Althea wipes the sweat off of her brow after she's finished doing the little incantation. Ah. I'm satisfied with that. How's everybody feeling?
Marvelous.
Sheppy feels nervous without spells. I need rest.
Did you heal Marshall? Give him his 13?
Yeah, not yet.
All right. Sheppy, you're...
What other weaponry do you have, Sheppy?
Real quick, Sheppy, you have no injuries. You're completely healed at this point. You're all good.
Thank you.
And as far as your equipment, what did you
Sheppy
ask?
is weapon, Marshall.
Yeah,
I'm a weapon. You just run out of slots.
You set me somewhere and I blow things up.
You're only a weapon so long as you have magics. What other weaponry do you possess that holds an edge?
Jesse, Sheppy has a sling dagger and an unusual warhammer.
I do have this weird-looking hammer. Would you like to take a look at it? Sheppy can't use.
Warhammer. Might be interesting.
Where the heck
That'll
have
be-
you been keeping that this whole time, Sheppy?
That's
Barely
I
noticed
don't
you
wanna
carrying it
know.
around.
Wait
I
a
do not
second.
want to know where this goblin had to put that to conceal that from us.
Althea, turn your head.
Whoa there, buddy. Whoa. That's more of the goblin anatomy than I wanted to see.
She turns around and just keeps her ear at the door.
How much gold do you have there, Bale? Marshall Bale?
I think I have 51 silver.
Okay. Sheppy give you this on loan. You owe me. There you go.
Thank you.
What is that, the hammer?
Yeah.
All right. As you all sit in this chamber, muttering to yourselves, little healing here and there, and you pass this hammer that I believe is strapped to you somewhere, been hauling it around. Farley steps forward. Wait, let me look at this. And he begins to look at this unusual hammer that looks really nice. It's well designed. It's got some very intricate designs. A rune, in fact, lies upon this hammer. It's clear to see. And let me go to the hammer. Who has it now?
Sheppy has it. He gave it to Bale.
Yeah, I'm going to have to move it on over there. Basically, let me unmystify this. Has a rune of well, it's a +1 to hit, essentially. I think that's a striking rune. Potency rune or strike? What is it called? I don't know, but it gives you +1 to hit. All right.
That's striking, I believe.
Let me look real quick at his description. Yeah, you're going to get a +1 on this. I'm going to unmystify it, and I'm going to drag it to your sheet, Marshall. So you're going to have a nice warhammer in your inventory in 1 second here. I think I could just drag it from one sheet to the other, correct? I
I
think.
think so.
I think you said something like that, yeah.
Okay, let's see if it shows up. Yeah, it disappeared.
It did.
There it is. Marshall has it.
There you go, in case you want to read it.
Oh,
Of course, you want to equip that as well.
juicy.
Check your encumbrance.
What does that say? I can't see. It's too small.
What, the Warhammer?
Yeah.
This weapon has a wooden shaft ending in a large, heavy metal head. It's very clean and shiny. Weird for something you find in these dark dungeons. The head of the hammer might be single-sided or double-sided. In this case, it's double. But it's always capable of delivering powerful, bludgeoning blows. This one has a rune of striking on it. You're going to get a +1 when you attack. You recognize the rune. It's a common rune, giving it some magical energy and substance. Counts as a magical attack. So there you go.
Yes, that's 1d8. That's the damage die.
I'll take it. Happily.
All right.
And right now you're equipped with your longsword. Do you want to swap that out?
Yeah, I'll swap that to the Warhammer.
Okay. Oh, cool. Let's sheath the longsword. Well, up to you, Rachel, if you want to sheath the Warhammer or keep it out at all times. That's up to you.
Well, it's up to Marshall. Do you
It's
keep
up
it
to
out?
Marshall. It's up to
Keep it out at all times.
Yeah, all right. So you'll be dragging it, or you've got the strength. You don't need to drag it.
Yeah, he's not a gnome. What are you talking about?
I'll be wielding that little baby. I'll be wielding that little baby.
You will.
Sheppy has somehow been carrying this thing around for a while. He was walking kind of stiff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
That's my back.
I thought it was just from a night at the tavern. Nothing, you know.
Yeah, it could have been. He slept wrong last night.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, we'll call it that.
All right, as Farley does this, takes a little more time. You've been here about an hour in this chamber, doing all kinds of magic and chit-chatting and looking at things and sharing them out. With Marshall watching out the door, you don't notice anything, you don't hear anything. In fact, there's a dead silence beyond this chamber, and you noticed it as you headed in this direction, Marshall. Not necessarily unusual, but there's no activity. Pretty much somebody cleared this place out, it seems. So far, anyway. Kind of get the impression that maybe it was your friends. Yes?
Sheppy, let's trade places. You keep an eye at this door, or an ear. And Farley, I'm going to take a look at your wounds. It's been some time. I think we should take another 10-minute breather before we head back out. And I'm going to try to help you if you don't mind. So I'm going to attempt to treat Farley's wounds.
Yes, you can do that. What'd you get? 10.
I would like to hero point that.
You do. Go for it. Here it is. You need a 15
It's
or greater.
too late.
Oh, see, I can use reroll using a hero point here. Maybe it's for skill checks only? I don't know. Yay!
There we go.
21. Let's see what you roll. 2d8.
You get a lot done when you take your time and really focus on it.
Sometimes.
Sheppy, you be quiet over there.
I'm just kidding.
There's something you'd like to tell me on that, Sheppy?
What are you talking about? Quiet.
2d8, right? Yeah.
10.
Well, that's good news for Farley. Looking
Oops.
pretty good.
Healed 9
Yep.
damage. Always maxed.
Yeah.
All right, so he's back
And-
to full hit points. So him
And most
Sheppy.
importantly, not wounded. Yes.
Yep, that's right. Yes, that goes away. Bink. All right, so got a little extra energy in Chutzpah. Things are looking good, except of course your spells are drained, your slots are gone. Let's take a look at Thea. Your spells. What do you like?
I can get by on cantrip spells. I've seen worse. She's lying. She's totally lying.
Are you sure about that, my lady?
We need spells. We need them.
Question:
She
Would it be
needs them.
would it be common knowledge the whole werewolves and silver thing, or should I roll nature for that, or whatever it would be for that, like a recall knowledge? Because
Let's grab our bestiary here because I don't have access to it here.
I don't know if it's the same for this, but Althea wants to kind of make note of her moonbeam spell to the others, and that it does silver damage. So, if we ever run into a fight with, any kind of creatures that may be weak to this, just note that I have something in my sleeve, but I want to avoid a fight as possible, especially if it's to somebody who's been accused of a crime they may or may not have committed. I'd rather know for certain.
The only
Yes.
crime I know of is that he attacked us, therefore he will pay.
You can use Arcana or Nature for your recall knowledge.
I
About
guess I'll
werewolves?
use my assurance, my nature assurance, to recall knowledge. So I'd get a 20.
Nice.
Okay.
Well, it's only nice if it's under 20. Because some creatures are really hard to identify.
Yeah, this is true.
And what exactly were you curious about? Say that again.
If Althea is aware about the telltale of werewolves being weak to silver.
What she knows about them, essentially.
Yes, what does she know about werewolves?
Werewolves, heard about in tales and folklore, that sort of thing in the Otari area, and in Galarian, I'm sure. She does know that they are quite vulnerable to silver. That's common knowledge, so the tales say. Silver weapons. You know that. Otherwise, just the basic things you know. Full moon, turning, killing things, savages, beast-like, howling at the moon. All that stuff you know as well. That you've heard about. But one unique thing is that you do know that they have a weakness to silver weapons in particular. You've heard about that quite a bit, and it's up to you to believe it or not, but that's what comes to your mind when you think werewolves.
All right. Well, then she definitely shares that as well. So you guys, I've got this moonbeam spell that does silver damage. If we're ever in trouble again against any type of werewolf creature, I might be able to help just a little bit, but like I said, I don't want to engage in any kind of combat with anybody of that sort. I consider them victims.
Good to know. Good to know.
Victims, you say?
You also know, as part of were creature culture, and some of you others might know this as well, you might, without making a check, is that were creatures aren't necessarily bad or evil beings. They exist with a condition. A condition that, from what you understand, if you're bitten by one of these creatures, if it is a genuine were creature, you could be affected by it or infected by this. What happens, your body changes and you become very primal. You become the creature. You've all heard about that. I mean, that's really what werewolves are about, right? But they're not necessarily evil. In some cases, they've been known to actually form communities with other were creatures of similar kind. Of course, you've never witnessed any of this stuff, and whether or not the tales that Whirlwind speaks of the werewolf, which has never been proven, but it is believed he was a werewolf. You've heard about that quite a bit, especially you, Sheppy. You, Althea, to some point.
Sheppy says maybe we shouldn't kill him, but let Whirlwind know that he is down here. Maybe he knows something that can help us against him or help him or something.
Well, how credible is this Whirlwind? Can we trust the information that we've been getting?
Well, I have no reason not to believe him. He is a gnome. We have a gnome. She's trustworthy.
The thing is that we have no way to confirm the reports. It could have been him, it could have been another beast of the area.
Did they give you a description of what he looked like?
GM?
Not really. Didn't go into the details of what he looked like, just that he was a human. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to look into this further. We need to ask more questions.
Yeah. When we go back to town.
Well, I don't think that guy's in much of a talking mood, Althea. In case you hadn't noticed, Miss Althea, the last time we tried to talk, the little bastard attacked us.
Oh, there's no doubt with that. I meant Whirlwind. We need to ask more questions to him, and like Sheppy said, he's got to tell us a little bit more about him, and we got to let him know that we've found somebody we might think could be him.
Yeah, so let's not go back and kill him, but wait. We can find a different way to the bottom, I think. There's plenty of more entrances to the next level, I believe. I believe there's one right here behind this door that I'm standing next to.
And we put our supply base here, next to an entranceway.
Well, we did trust a dwarf, so there's that.
Marshall.
Move Arthurian out of this.
It's actually
we didn't
quite
know.
sound, actually. It's actually quite sound, actually. You can grab supplies and run down. I like it.
Okay.
If this doesn't lead us down to where we need to go, we can always head back and sneak around. That's always an option. Is anyone here a strong swimmer?
I'm a veteran soldier. I can swim through anything.
Okay, so you won't mind if you carry me, right?
Wow.
I can't swim.
If push comes to push, I do have rope. I could swim across, and you guys could tie yourselves over, and I could pull you across.
That doesn't help if she can't swim, though.
I don't have a lot of upper body strength, if you couldn't tell.
As this conversation is happening, Marshall, Your attention is drawn to the east, beyond the chamber that you're peeking into from the doorway. You hear something at the opposite door, which should be shut. Let me shut that. You hear something in the chamber next to you. You're watching into it. You can see the door of this chamber next to you. You hear shifting noises beyond that portal.
We'll investigate.
You hear sniffing. You hear sniffing coming from that door.
Dog.
I think they've come back. Get ready for a fight. I'm not running this time.
Well, close the door.
I'm not running this time.
Marshall likes to repeat himself.
Ready for a fight. Something is sniffing. And I'm going to go up to the other door and see if I can get a better listen at this.
As you walk away, Althea says, "Remember what we just talked about? Be careful."
Oh,
Really,
Careful
be
is
careful.
You go up to the door in the room adjacent. Althea stands in the doorway behind you, Marshall. Marshall can make a blind perception check. Rachel can do that.
And I've got the Warhammer ready.
Do you have your dice? Do you have a set of dice you can roll? You can do that too, Kyle, if you want. Actual dice.
I believe my perception is +9, I believe.
+10.
Well, I have a D20 here, so I'll just roll it.
Okay. Althea rolled it for you, but let's see what you get. Go ahead.
I rolled for me.
Oh, you did.
If I can
You
hear
did.
anything.
You did.
That is a 17, Fred.
Althea, you don't really hear anything from where you are. You're in the other chamber. But you, Marshall, as you listen at the door where you heard the noises and the sniffing, as you put your ear up against the door, the sound stops. You heard it for a second, but then it stopped. There's a gap at the bottom of the door. Now you can't see any light coming from the other side. It's all darkness and black. But there's a gap at the bottom of the door. Something was sniffing there. You're sure of it. And it's quiet. What do you do?
I'm gonna stick a stick through the hole in the bottom of the door.
There's no sticks close by, but there is a piece of wood. You take a few seconds. You could pull off a part of the board that's just big enough to push underneath the door. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
like I'll take a sliver of wood and just sort of stick it underneath the door, see if anything bumps into it or attacks it.
All right, you do so. There's a loud crack, briefly, a loud crack noise. And you get this little wedge. It looks big enough to slide underneath the door, and you do so gingerly with your left hand, pushing it through the portal underneath. You're guessing it might be about 4 inches exposed on the reverse side of the door. Surely something might react to it. Do you jiggle it about? What do you do?
He's gonna, I'm just gonna slowly begin to move it across the width of the door. Slowly. See if I can feel if anything, like if I hit anything, like if I hit a paw or a foot.
While this is going on, Sheppy's going to position himself in the room so he can see the door in case something comes through.
Do you want to go in the chamber?
Yeah.
With Marshall? Okay. So Althea's right behind you. You're in front of the door. She's behind the door. Althea's in the chamber with the supplies. You're outside of it, Sheppy, currently.
Marshall is about 10, 15 feet away from you at this other door, kneeling down. He looks to be pushing something under, trying to get a reaction of sorts. And as you do so, Marshall, you do bump something. And you hear something on the other side when it does bump something, right towards the middle of the door. You hear what sounds like a scream of some sort. And then you'll hear feet fade off in the distance. What do you do?
I will open the door and see if I can see what was there.
As you open the door, there's this 5-foot corridor, and at the end of it is another door. It's open. That other door leads to the main library. Okay? Something came in here through that open portal. Now you're stepping...
Chappy,
Go ahead.
wait, don't go out. It was probably a ghoul. There's many ghouls down here. Come back. We don't need to mess with them now. We
But
need to
our hideaway may be compromised now.
As Marshall hears this, he peers his head through the doorway into the hallway where all the books are, the big main library. And Rachel, if you're clicked on his token, I'll move you forward a little bit, you could see. Everything looks as it was. You don't see anything disturbed. Whatever was here is nowhere to be found. Marshall, you're not sure if it ran off to the north through the doorway there, or to the east or the south. You have no clue. But something was here. Give me a blind perception roll for Kyle. You can roll this, Kyle, with your die. D20 plus 10.
17 is 10 is 27.
27. You catch a glimpse of one humanoid footprint close to the wall to your right. It's easy to see for you. You spotted it as soon as you stepped into this chamber slightly. You see it. It's a humanoid footprint, and it's wet. And it left an imprint, just this one foot, that seems to be going to the south. But it was wet. It left a mark.
It's heading south.
Okay.
It's like a humanoid.
Close the doors.
It's like a human. It's like a humanoid footprint. Okay, kind of big, kind of large, but humanoid, barefoot.
It's barefooted, whatever it is. It left this impression here, and he will sort of point out the footprint.
Okay.
Yep, he will point out the footprint and sort of look back to everybody. We should pursue. Our supply home may be compromised. We need to restore its hidden status.
Well, they don't know for sure. It was only a closed door. They know we were in here, but they don't know.
The stash is well hidden on the chandelier. But
Althea,
yes?
can you cast light on my mole?
I recast light. But on your object.
Thank you. And then I'm gonna go take a look-see and see what I can see.
Okay, what's everybody else doing as Marshall begins to proceed south and out of sight? Do you follow behind or remain?
We can't let him go alone. We have to follow him.
We do have to follow him. Come on, Farley.
Okay.
We don't need a ding incident again.
All right, so everybody's in your marching order, side by side in this case.
Marshall and Sheppy side by side, Althea and Farley bringing up the second rank. All right, and you begin heading south. The light is on Marshall. Your exploration activities, as a reminder: defend for Marshall, scout to the front for Sheppy.
Correct.
Althea's investigating nature, and Farley is using search. He's looking for traps or secret doors or anything out of the unusual. So as you imagine this in your minds, in this rough marching order of 2 by 2, occasionally you're pausing, you're stepping out of the ranks, you're taking a look
hold
at
on.
things as you travel.
And
Alright.
instead, I track. I'm
You can.
pretty sure that's an exploration activity.
Let's take a look.
Aha.
Scout, search, where's track?
Should be. Oh, I blind sent it, but let me put it back in the public. Oh, holy moly.
Track tasks.
I don't think holy moly's a track task there, Althea.
Fine,
can
holy
pretend it is.
Desna, help me find my target.
Track. All right, you can do that. You're trained, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You see the footprints that he's talking about, Marshall. They're quite easy to track, in fact. But you notice as you go further south, and it goes to that doorway, heading east, you notice that the footprints begin to fade. Like as if perhaps the wet foot was no longer as wet. And also, this particular corridor, as you remember, is chock full of debris, so it's a little bit harder. However, Althea is able to point out some spots here and there. There it is, I see a toe. And as you follow it, you begin to realize that it's heading to the south now. Wait a minute, am I in the right room? No. Goes beyond the steps and into that room where you encountered the white misty creature. You'll remember there's a door to the north, there's a door to the south, there's a door you entered in which is in the east. As you enter this chamber there, you briefly see what looks like another footmark heading to the south door. You go up to the door, through the chamber. The door was open. Strange sounds lie ahead in this chamber. Not unusual. You've heard these sounds before. Do note that one chamber where the green glowing wisp is no longer green. That should not be glowing. Let me refresh my screen so I can move my map a little bit better. But yeah, that green glow, it isn't there, Althea. But yeah.
So it's just a regular room that we're running past.
Yeah. That was the room that was glowing green that had the wisp in it. Well, the wisp isn't there. That was the source of the green glow, obviously. But it's currently not there. That chamber is empty. Otherwise. Now, because you're tracking, Althea, it looks like it's heading to the south in that one room, that one chamber where your friend Augie dwells. And you're currently in that hallway. All of you. Single file.
Perhaps Aki is in trouble.
I
Let's
hope
go.
not.
Let's go investigate, find out.
All right. You make your way south. You get to the chamber. You open the chamber door. And there you're greeted as your light enters the room by these two glowing eyes and this panting creature you know as Augie. And he begins sniffing at you, Marshall. You recognize that
Are you
sound.
all right, creature?
I am fine, of course, human. I was just exploring out and about, I was. Have you come to feast on some meat and do some reading with me? Yes.
Not to feast, but you gave us quite the fright back there, Augie.
Perhaps I did, maybe, perhaps I did. It was unintentional. Why were you up in that direction, anyway? That is the forbidden area. Not even the ghouls go there. Recognizing that he himself is a ghoul. Do not go there. That is the Dark Queen's. That is where she spent her time in the past, so I hears. Why would you be there, might I ask?
We have a forward encampment set there. We were using it to rest. We encountered resistance in the lower levels. We needed to heal.
Oh, I understand now. I understand. You have things hidden there, I hear. Okay, I understand.
And he pulls himself away from the conversation and goes towards that one little alcove where there's a sofa, and that's where you first met him. Not you, Marshall, but Arthurian. The others recognize this. And,
yeah. Come, you could sit with me and we'll read. You could tell me of your adventures and the things you found. Yes, lots of wealthy things, I'm sure. Yes.
I can tell you what I lost in this place, Augie. Or perhaps you'd like a tale of before I came here.
Yes, tell me more about you.
he looks quite interested.
I hail from a place called Last Wall. I'm born and raised in Last Wall, originally from the neighboring kingdom to the south. Migrated north, was a bit of a troubled youth, rose through the ranks over the years. I was stationed on the western front by the border of Belgium, keeping the orcs at bay. Trying to, at least. There were a lot of orcish raids that we had to watch. Frontiers were something of a lawless place. Long, long time ago now. Also where I raised my son. Stubborn little lad. Always wanted to go out and fight and slay dragons instead of tending to his studies. Me being me, I naturally tried to steer him away from such fantasies. Well, what of you, Augie? What brought you to this place? Why do you hide in this alcove? Why do you hide here, Augie? Why do you hide in this alcove when the rest of this floor seems to be cleared?
And he pauses, tilts his head. And he already explained this, but he's willing to explain it again. I know to you, Marshall, you haven't heard this story, but basically he's a Morlock who became a ghoul and has kind of kept himself away from the other ghouls. And he's taken over this little area as his own little home where he would rather read books and that sort of thing. He was a Morlock. The Morlocks used to live on this level, but they were driven from it from something dark below. And the Morlocks, in turn, drove the gremlins out of their home to the surface above. And Althea, Sheppy, And, of course, Farley. You know all about this. You've had your encounters with the gremlins and the Morlocks, as well as the ghouls. So you know this tale. You know what's going on and can verify quite a bit of it. Yeah, he relates that story. And a good half an hour goes by in conversation between you guys.
And what are you looking for in Belcora's office?
Oh, I explore now and then, that's all. I was curious. Yes, that's all. Just curious. Now I know what is beyond that door above. I must say, you're easy to smell.
And he kind of winces a little bit as he goes to his rotten meat to consume. Sorry, Max. But yeah. So obviously, he was the one sniffing outside that door. He just admitted it. What he was doing, you're not sure. That's up to you to decide. But it's 9:35. We're going to take a short break. And we'll pick up. We're not going to be too long tonight, but we'll pick up after that. So if anyone wants to make a 5-minute break, do so now. And we'll see what the party does next as they speak once again to Augie, the ghoul, the ghoulish ally. Okay?
Alrighty.
Okay, 5 minutes, 10 minutes,
Okay.
whatever.
Roger.
Okay. Check on your status there, Kyle. Make sure your power's still off. Hope it comes back on.
Yep, still off. They said it probably won't be back till probably 3 a.m.
Oh, boy.
Well, don't open your fridge.
All right, folks, we're back from intermission, had our little break, and we're going to pick up where we left off. We're going to see what the companions are going to do next. They're in a chamber now with their ally, so it seems, Augie, who is a ghoul of sorts, some type of ghoul, although not so evil after all. Ghouls tending to be evil. And our 4 companions are currently discussing their plans after talking with Augie. They came back to this chamber because they heard something sneaking around outside their little stash area where they had some supplies hidden. Turns out they're pretty sure that there's a possibility it wasn't him, but they're pretty sure it was him. They followed his tracks here, and he was nosing around trying to see what's going on with the companions, and here they are. Now they're discussing, well, you know what? We need to get some rest and get our magic powers back, but it's too early for that. Maybe we should poke around and check out some of these other doors we haven't been. And they're currently peeking through a doorway in the east of this chamber, where they see about a 20-foot corridor turning south with steps in the middle, descending. Now, of course, Augie warned them that, yes, that leads below, where dangers lie. Don't go there. Dangerous, yes. But they're peeking nonetheless. Or at least Marshall is. And we're going to pick up with that. Jesse, of course, is on his way home, so he'll be joining us late in the game. And we'll see where this takes us. So, if you guys are ready, we'll pick up from where you currently are located.
I'm ready to maim. Let's get it. I will descend into that corridor 5 feet.
At a dead run, you just take off. to your doom. Running off down the steps. Chicka, 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 chicka. Yeah, when you get to that corner about 20 feet down, you're all single file. Sheppy's right behind you, Marshall. Farley's bringing up the rear. Althea in front of him. It turns south with another set of steps that descend even deeper.
Maybe we should take this very carefully and try to kind of sneak our way around, avoid the notice. We are trying to be careful.
Yeah, and scout.
So I'm gonna change my exploration to avoid notice.
Stealth?
Oh yeah.
Okay, give me a blind stealth check. And I'm going to use that. It'll also be used for your initiative. If an encounter happens, I'll actually have you roll it again. But that's just for your initiative. Let's see. Where are we here? I gotta see where this leads. Because it's going down. Deep, deep underground. Here we are. Oh. Darn it. I led you guys on. It doesn't actually go down, it goes up. Oh no.
We'll still take it.
You will. You
it
will.
leads someplace we've never been.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Well, the stairs go down, but then you get to that flat area and it turns south. You realize that the steps go back up, and it's quite a long way. But it does actually go up. So if you want to turn back, you can. If you want to continue up the steps, you can do so. It's up to you, Marshall. You're leading the way. All right, I see where it
Up
is.
to you, my little gnome lady.
Let's see where this will bring us. We are trying to kill some time anyways and keep it quiet.
Shh, quiet, hush, says the elf. We must be quiet, my friends.
Then I will proceed.
Okay, give me a moment to get on the map here. I thought that went down. I really did. Nope. That means Huggy was lying to you.
He deceived you.
Well, he doesn't know. Where is this? Boy, this is humongous. Here we are. Is that it? Let's see where it comes out. Okay, let me drag you to the map. Rachel, or everybody. Let me use the companions token. Put it right there. And I'll bring it to the map. Okay, give it a second. So, Marshall, as you peered through this door with warnings of death from below, you proceed down this corridor, which is tight. You'll all have to be one behind the other. Not a problem. You lead the way and you descend. It quickly descends about 10, 15 feet down through this set of steps. Nothing unusual. You've been through... The stonework is very similar. It's made. This isn't natural area. Not like the area you were in previously, which was natural stone. With that little pond and the wolf and all that. This is actually nice and blocked stone, which is typical. That's the typical type of stonework here. And as you get to the bottom of this first set of steps, you see that the steps, turning south, actually go upwards. You take pause because of the confusion. Why would it be going up? I need everybody to make a blind perception roll. Rachel, you can roll for Kyle, and I'll roll for Farley and Sheppy. Just great. It's like me and Rachel hit tonight. That's it.
Oh, Kyle, you've got your dice, right?
Yeah, you do.
I do.
Oh, wait, it's gonna be blind. Darn it!
Oh, that's right. You can't roll.
I rolled 15.
Oh, that's too bad. It's blind.
Well, that's my roll.
Okay.
Here, I can get Kyle's sheet up. That's Kyle's. I don't think, yeah, the others.
Oh,
Do
Marshall.
you know what
Marshall has a +8 on perception. Who had the +10? That was you, Althea. Okay.
That was me, yeah.
All right. Okay.
I don't know what Sheppy or Farley's is.
I've got Sheppy covered. He's done.
Okay.
Farley as
Good.
well. You take pause for a second. Althea. Yes, Althea. You notice discolored blocks along this set of steps as it goes upward. That's unusual. Up to this point, you've noticed that such blocks were an indication of something unusual. Usually a secret alcove or a door. Instinctively, you begin pushing on these because you've done it before, as has Sheppy. But none of them give. Nothing shows itself or reveals itself unusually so. You continue up the steps, correct?
Yeah.
You do so. You get to a door. You listen at the door. You hear nothing. You open the door, Marshall. There inside. And I'll bring the token inside as you're actually peering inside. I shouldn't say you're inside. And I shall read. You peek into this room. It's like a rectangle-shaped room. Its long edges running north to south, left to right of you, Marshall. Only a few fragments of the shelving that obviously line the walls of this pantry-like room remain. It has long since been abandoned. There's nothing really in here. It seems to be an empty chamber. The smell of dry must clings to the air. A little bit different from other areas because they're usually wet and damp, but not this chamber. It seems to have been sealed away and not used or entered in a long time. There is shelves. There is some things scattered about. But for the most part, it looks like it's been pillaged. You might find something worthwhile, you might not.
I'll step inside.
You do so. The others follow behind. And again, you enter this rectangular room. You can see that the refuse strewn about is actually, it looks like whatever was on the walls, or the shelves rather, was long ago pillaged. And you see the remnants of what was left behind, just broken glass and cookware, empty boxes, a few empty sacks with holes in them. Just looking around, you don't see anything of any value. Now, across from you, in the west wall, is a door. Doesn't seem to be any other exits. Wait a minute. Is that a door that's not on my map? What is that in the south? Let me look real quick. That's weird.
Oh yeah, it looks like a door without a door. Like symbol.
Where are we here? Okay. Yeah, there's supposed to be a door there. Ha, they forgot a door. Whoopsies. Let me draw one on real quick. But yeah, there is a door in the south. Yeah, they don't have a door there. It's just a wall. It's not a secret door either. Let me fix that. Okay. Now there should be a door. So there is a door in the south wall. Let me think here for a second. You're not sure you recognize this room. You do sense it's on the upper levels where you've come from, but you're not sure you recognize this particular chamber. You might not. So, what would you like to do? There's a door in the west wall, about 5 feet away from you, and in the south, about 20 feet away from you, there is another door. All these doors are closed. You're surrounded by debris, broken shelving, an abandoned chamber.
Marshall, you're leading the way. It's up to you. Where do you lead the party?
I will head to the west and take a listen at the door.
Okay. Blind perception roll. Again, this is blind. I'll tell you what, make this public because I want you to roll some dice.
It's a D20 plus 9, right?
It says 8. Perception should be plus 8 for you.
8.
You got a wisdom modifier plus 0, but you're expert with a plus 8. Yeah, 4 plus your level. You tell me what you got. Well, I rolled a blind roll. I can't see it. I can't tell you what I rolled. What'd you roll? I'm not going to look at it. Did you roll, Kyle? Uh-oh. Well, he rolled 7 minutes ago. Do you want to roll for him? Rachel, give him another roll.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know what happened to him.
Maybe something came up suddenly.
Yeah. Phone died. No, he's still there. That's okay.
That was a blind perception check, right?
Mm-hmm. You got it.
Gotcha.
I got it. Kyle, Marshall steps forward, lowers his shield, kneels down, and listens carefully at the door, his ear pressed against the cold wood. Listen, my friends, listen. Everybody's friends here. And after a short while, he hears what sounds like water. Like as if something fell into some water. And it's hard to hear, and it really sounds distant from the door, but it sounds like a bloop. Loud. In terms of, boy, it must have been like a pond or something fell in the water there. I heard that. Not like a drip. That's what he hears.
Like a stone being cast into a pond?
Yeah. Yes, Althea, that's exactly what it sounded like. Thank you, Marshall says. He dropped out again. So, Althea, what do you suggest, Althea? There he is.
Well, I guess while he's doing that, Althea, because as far as she's concerned, she's like being sneaky. She's going to head south while he's listening to the west door. She's going to listen to the door at the south.
Okay. You kneel down and you listen. Well, you don't have to kneel down. You're right there. And
I'm keyhole height.
listening at the door, just when you're ready to pull away, you hear something like something hit the floor. It sounded like something hard, like a stick, a block of wood maybe, but it sounds like something hit the floor. Not far away from the door. It was quite loud, but only at the last second do you hear this. If you pause a little bit longer, you don't hear anything else.
I tiptoe back to Marshall.
All right, keep in mind, Rachel, you know this, but when you're using stealth within a torchlight radius, unless you're in the dim light zone, you're fully revealed. There needs to be cover, so you won't be hiding, but you are using stealth. Okay, keep that in mind.
All right. Well, I think I'm also trying to use like an auditory stealth, like
Okay.
so that
Hush. I got it.
sure they can't sure they can see me, but you know, if they were blind, like make sure they can't hear me too.
Good thinking. Good thinking. Tiptoe, tiptoe, tiptoe.
Tiptoe, tiptoe. Marshall, I don't think we should head south. I heard like a really loud noise, or I heard some sort of weird noise, something strange. Maybe we should just peek into the door that you've been listening to.
You there, Kyle? Yes, I agree, little one. Let's peek beyond this door.
Just
And-
a peek.
Just a peek.
Just a peek.
He undoes the lock and pulls it up, and he begins to push. The door is unusually loud. No matter how slow you go, it just prolongs the noise.
Okay, do it quick.
There you see in front of you, 20 feet, and then this corridor seems to descend. There's an open area beyond. You see natural stone on the walls of that chamber beyond. You also see a door in the south, about 10 feet down this corridor, 10 feet away from you. There's a door in the south wall. You open the door with confidence. At this point, you realize you recognize this. This corridor in particular. We've been here. Farley recognizes it. Of course, I've been this very way. This leads to that pond. Remember that barbarian woman we met? What was her name? Magnolia, yes. We met her here. She was in that pond. I recognize this corridor. In fact, this chamber we stand in, I recognize this as well. Beyond that south door, if I am correct, lies the shrine. The shrine, perhaps, to Melkora. And he's speaking at this point of that room that had the makeshift throne with the body on it, and in front of it was this decaying body that looked like it was sacrificed.
It's a good thing we brought you along, Farley, or it's a good thing you came with us, because I've never been here before.
I know, he's like the only... Everybody's new.
Well, now that I have, well, okay, I'll keep a memory note and burn this into my memory.
Make a mark on the map. You're the new mapper. We need one.
Alright, so this kind of goes into a full circle.
Yeah. I think I have exploration mode on. If I leave that on, all the maps, all the areas you've explored from beginning to end will all show up from this point on anyway.
Yeah, and even still, like, I kind of recognize the boats. I'm like, oh, this kind of looks like the place by the lake. But then in my head I thought, oh, but it looks really different.
Mm-hmm.
It's because you have a new map too, so
Yep,
that's
true.
kind of interesting.
So if I guide the torch in here a little bit, right where it's at right now in the south is a door. It's locked.
Yeah. Okay.
And down here at the foot of the steps, there you see this chamber with the boats to joggle your memory. Now to the north would lie that pond. I won't take it any further, but that's the pond. And beyond the pond, on the far side of the pond, and there's a little dinghy boat to get across. There should be somewhere. In that pond, you encountered a drake. On the other side of the pond, up a set of steps, there is a secret door to the west. It's right at the top of the steps. I believe it was Elias that discovered this and left a big mark, secret door, on his own little map that he made. And it was
Yes,
that
I think he
secret
marked
door.
the actual staircase too with his chalk.
I think he did. Yellow chalk, if I recall. And down that secret door, if you remember, leads to the library. Now, Althea, on the sad evening that Dane was slain, this is the route.
Mm-hmm.
Not across the pond, but that secret door area. This is close to where you and Sheppy made your escape. I don't think you were in this particular chamber at any time, but you do recall that the companions including Farley, were here before. And to the south of where the torch is right now, to the south, there is a little chamber, corridor that leads to King Scrong's new chambers. That corridor, according to the companions, Farley, has been sealed with stone and is no longer accessible. So that entrance in the south is closed off.
Okay.
So unless you intend to head back to Otari, this is essentially a dead end. It really doesn't go anywhere. Now, back in the chamber, you're not really in that corridor yet completely anyway, but back in this chamber, to the south, beyond that southerly door, is that supposedly that's where the throne is in the body, and that eventually leads you to a few chambers, but it leads up to the next area. Now, as far as getting back down, this probably wouldn't be the best place to be. Go back either to whence you came, or go towards the pond and cross it and do that all over again. You'd be back to the library. So, where would you like to explore? Check it out. Get your bearings. You can do what you want. You're in charge, Althea.
I'm actually going to pause it here because I don't want to go far and making decisions on where we're traveling, because it does look like Kyle's not going to make it back. His phone's pretty much done.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he says, I got to cut this one short. Phone's dying, and he apologizes.
That's all right. Yeah, everybody's leaving us.
This is a rough night.
It was. All right.
And it's got me scared because now I feel like we're going to be getting a storm any day now. If Kyle's got a storm, give you a day, give me 2 days, and it'll get to us.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not looking at the weather. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. All right, so what we'll do then. Jesse will be back, but it's usually at the end when he comes back anyway, which is okay.
Yeah, he said he has to take the dogs out too. Or the dog.
Yeah. Well, for you, Althea, what's on your mind, your character's mind at this stage? You're wandering around these upper floors. You need rest. You need sleep. I guess you're double checking, maybe mapping some things out really at this point. But what does Althea want to do? What is she thinking? Because you're really doing nothing now as a group.
Yeah, well, she wants to explore anything that they have left to explore in each level, because she knows that although she's not tired, she can't just on a whim regain her spells. That's not how it works. So she's kind of prepared to explore and do some thorough exploring, because a lot of the time they go in, they check out a place, they get out. Like they defeat the monster, they move. So maybe try to retrace steps, explore unexplored doors, but stay on the line of caution, because if anything bad was to happen, they only have a set of healer's tools and really only one person who's adept at using those tools.
That's about
it. Like, we all can use them, but
let me see if he's an expert, because he has a different DC if he wants it. Let's see, under skills, proficiencies. He has medicine. He is trained, so he's not an expert, so it's always 15 for him.
Now, I thought about, and this goes into the deeper specific verbiage and what's written in the rule book, and as a GM, I don't even know how I would handle it, to be honest. But the whole assurance, there's a skill feat, I believe, for medicine. It's either under medicine or nature. It's got to be nature. But it's where you can use items like herbs and things that you find, and you can use that instead of your medicine check. So I'm wondering if I ever became an expert in nature, I obtained these materials, if I could use my assurance and get an automatic 20 on a healing check using these medicinal herbs, or those giant leaves that you can use as bandages that I've seen in movies but never in real life. Like, would that equal an automatic 20 when you heal? It's kind of like using something like a combo.
Is this specifically nature, or does it allow you to pick anything when you take assurance?
Oh, when you take assurance, I got mine through my background, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So I got it through my background, so I didn't get to choose what it was, but if you take that, you can choose, I think, as long as it's trained.
Yep, trained in at least one skill. It's level 1. You receive a fixed result on a skill check. And yours is automatically nature. Of course, assurance.
And the skill I was thinking of is called natural medicine. And it states you can apply natural cures to heal your allies. You can use nature instead of medicine to treat wounds. If you're in the wilderness, you might have easier access to fresh ingredients, allowing you to gain a +2 circumstance bonus to your check. Oh, so it's kind of like a two-parter. You can use nature, but also if you have those fresh ingredients, you get the +2. So like if I had... Now I'm trying to think of it in an RP kind of way, in a roleplay way. If I go to treat wounds, which you need the healer's tools, but instead using nature with the healing tools, like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then using assurance, you would get a 20, just a flat 20.
Mm-hmm. You can forgo rolling and just take the 10 plus your proficiency bonus.
Yeah. Now I think it's going to be a while until I obtain any of these skills.
Food for thought.
Yeah, but this might be something that, I don't know.
Yeah, it fits your character, the background, I keep thinking you're a druid. You're not a druid. Why am I thinking you're a druid?
I don't know.
You're a cleric of Desna. I must be thinking about druids recently. Oh, I know what it is. It's this adventure we're playing. Verlowind, who's a gnome, and also a druid. Maybe that's where it comes from.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And they are a gnome.
Yeah. So yeah, you can combine those. That was easy enough.
Alright, yeah, then maybe that's what I'll head into. It'll make moments of pause go by a lot quicker, because we won't have to roll. We'll just be like, okay, how much time we take? Alright, you're healed. Let's just roll the healing dice, and then you would just roll if anything happens during that time span.
Yeah.
Instead of rolling 2 different sets of dice.
There's really no way around that. I mean, the way the mechanics work, you got to go around the circle and do the thing for everybody one at a time. Make the roll. There's really no easy way around it. Okay, folks, it's healing time. Let's spend the next hour.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do? Cast magic. But yeah, that's usually a combination.
My group's really fond of just sleeping it off. But granted, right now all they're doing is traveling. It's just been like session after session of traveling.
Terrible. Who wants to travel? This is an adventure game. I want to camp
Well,
out.
don't get me wrong, they're running into tons of stuff, but I guess you can only travel so many hours a day, like as a group, depending on your speed. And they're going half speed, so they only get 12 hours of travel, which equals 12 miles of travel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's not far.
Yeah, and it's like all an uphill climb. And so I'm just rolling and rolling. And then I'm like, okay, finally you run into something. Here you go. New map.
Party level 4. Okay. Give yourself 60 experience points. That's from the last episode. And I'll give everybody 60. That's from the last episode. So I forgot that. Plus give yourself an extra 10. So, 70. Give yourself 70. So what is that?
Nice, so that'll be 360 in total.
Yep, you're right. 360. So everyone will have 360 XP. You really didn't.
Me and Marshall's.
Okay. That was from the last episode because I didn't add it. For tonight, I'll give everybody an extra. Sure didn't do much. Give everybody an extra 10. So add 10 to that. Wait a minute, that's you. You do that. Arthurian. So what is it, 370?
370.
So everyone will have 370. This will be interesting. Elias. I wonder what Elias is doing. Nobody knows.
He's having a picnic on the side of the road. I don't know. With those people he was looking for. Now they're sharing stories of their common friend, acquaintance.
Yeah.
I was like, hey Jesse, welcome back.
Thank you. So how'd things go?
Not too bad, but also not great. So we
Marshall's
just walked.
Kyle's character was killed. Kyle rage quit, and that was the end of it.
Kyle rage quit.
Never seen
Not
him
after killing Sheppy and Farley first.
Yeah.
In a final,
was horrible.
kamikaze blow.
It was horrible, Jesse. It was horrible.
So his character's dead again?
No, I'm kidding.
No.
Oh,
We went to the door on the east side of Augie's place, which they led to stairs going upwards, and really it led us in a nice big circle. So we're in a chamber that's between that like gross shrine and that water with all those boats, that kind of pond where I don't know if you remember, but those I guess river drakes or drakes were.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're kind of Kyle did have to get off for the night because his phone was dying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was just gonna head out too.
Yeah.
But that's where we are. We're in this room, and it could be worse. So I'm okay with this.
Well, I'm glad everyone's okay.
Yeah. I did, however, hear something fall in the southern door. Kind of like something falling on wood on stone, was it?
It sounded like something fell over. Was it like a stick or a piece of wood fell to the floor or something?
Ooh.
Yeah. And
And then
that's in the
silence.
room with the shrine.
I'm gonna load up the map here so I can see it.
Yeah, take
Yeah.
a look around.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. We're going to figure out what's going to go on in the next session, where we're going to pick up.
Well, at least next week I'll be at home, so it's a little easier for me to do things.
Yeah, we did good, though,
That must have been a
all
rough
things
night
considered.
for you guys doing everything.
It went pretty good.
Yeah,
think.
it's fine.
Is Farley gonna be back next week? Do you think, or
hope so.
no?
I hope so.
Yeah, we need him.
Yeah, I think last time he was out for a few weeks.
Yeah, it was. It was like 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
That's all right. I will message him.
Different ways of using spells and things, keeping us alive. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too happy with the number of spells he's got left, though.
we don't exactly know how to play his character, so it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
How long you going to be out? The party misses you.
We're just a bunch of spellcasters. We need all the help we can get.
Yeah, right.
Alright, so he's taken care of. I'll see what he says. But
Oh, so we're in the room with the dead worm, right?
No. To the bottom left. Just a little bit. I know. I saw the worm too first because our characters are still in there.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are we doing in there?
yeah, I gotta get rid of them.
Well, there's some pretty ominous music in that room.
You like that?
Yeah, that's pretty creepy. Sounds like we're in trouble.
Yeah, they did a good job on the animations and sound and ambience for these maps. Really good.
Yep.
All right, those are gone. So you should be right here, Jesse, in this one chamber with the torch. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
That's where you currently are. Behind you is a door which leads down. Down as in where you came from, ultimately leading to Augie's little chamber.
Gotcha.
To the west lies the pond, the ruined boats, a drake who disappeared after a great battle. And also, on the far side of the pond, a secret door, which again leads down below to places you've been, the library. The door to the south, of course, as Rachel pointed out, or Althea, leads to a makeshift shrine where this seated individual, some might say Belcora, an image of Belcora, stands. Right. And in front of this shrine, this throne, of course, is a decaying body. That's what you remember. Whether or not any of this has changed, you don't know. But this is the room you found yourself in after a little bit of exploring and thinking. Wait, we've been here before. Yes, says Farley Tell, we have. And you talk about this to get your bearings.
How many hours before we can make a long rest, you know?
You got about another 4 hours, I think. Let me look at my clock. Yeah, because you don't want to be resting twice in one day. I wouldn't give you any benefit for it.
No. I think that's why we've been looking around, kind of waste some time.
Mm-hmm.
If you can imagine, it's about mid-afternoon. In general, I'm not going to give you a specific time, although you can look at the calendar and it'll tell you. That's about what time it is right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like we're very tired at all.
No. He just woke up. Hey, let's go back to bed and heal up. We had a horrible fight. It was terrible.
Yeah, right.
Default. Let's sleep. After every battle, let's sleep.
Well, it seems we have to because we get our butts kicked every time.
It's not so much the healing. You don't get much healing for sleeping. It's the spells. Because you need to do that to get all them slots back and everything else. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
And what do we got? 2 spellcasters in the group? Or 3?
Yes.
3.
3. That's why Kyle's character gets creamed every day. It's a little easier when Valifor's here because he could take some of the damage off of him, but when Valifor's not here, he takes it all.
Yeah.
We need more than one meat puppet.
Yeah, we do.
I love his character, Marshall. He's pretty good. Can you imagine Dane and Marshall sitting at the same table, drinking an ale, just talking back and forth?
So when he was
Oh,
talking to Agriel there,
ugly.
I had people in the room, so I couldn't really listen to what he was saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
What was it? What was he saying in there? Because it sounded like he was kind of giving stuff away.
When was this?
He was talking to Augie.
like right before you got off?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, yeah. He was revealing stuff about his character being, I don't know, Rachel, did he reveal that stuff there, or was that earlier? About
That was
Dane?
earlier that he revealed it all. That was like towards the beginning of the session.
Yeah, that stuff I heard, but I was wondering if he revealed more.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Not when Augie was there towards the end of the session. When we were back in the room.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he'll fill me in.
Another Death Wish fighter.
Yeah.
That's all it is. I love it. Yeah. So that's the current situation. So what we could do right now before we call it is, since you're here, Jesse, because Rachel wanted somebody, at least someone else, to be here for the party to make decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do the Kyle thing. But what do you think you would want to do at this point? You've got about another 4+ hours before you could sleep again, you know. In which case, I guess you want to head back down to your little secret chamber, sleep on that nice carpet or whatever, and, you know, Farley will turn the spell back on. I don't know how long it lasts, maybe 24 hours, so he'll do that. And you can get your sleep ready to go, and then you can decide what to do in the next session. Or Rachel kind of says, you know, maybe we want to poke around a little bit in these upper levels because, hey, we're 4th. Let's take on some 2nd level opponents.
Well,
yes.
you know, one thing that I was thinking
Yes.
that we never did
What?
was search that Drake's area, because I have never met a Drake that didn't have a hoard of treasure somewhere.
But the risk with that is that we never killed the Drake. So we could go looking for trouble and find treasure, but then we also find that, you know, trouble.
Well,
It
we
could be
could see if
guarding it for all we know.
we could burn it to death.
What a way of looking at things.
Sheppy would like that, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would.
We'll just burn it.
Yeah, I guess we can head to the left and just kind of peek out at the pond again.
Yeah, we'd probably have to swim because we're short.
I think there was a boat, but I don't remember which side it was parked on.
Well, Sheppy can swim because he's quite the fisherman,
Ah.
so he could.
Well, Althea will wait at the shore.
I'll strap you on my back and I'll swim you over. That'd be a sight.
I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe.
Don't panic. Don't panic.
She's panicking, and you're trying to swim.
That'd be quite the sight. A gnome strapped to a goblin trying to swim across a swamp.
I don't
there's a
know if
need.
Farley's any better at swimming. So you might have to, between you and Marshall, you might have to both carry us.
Oh, he's miserable at that. Miserable.
Well,
Yeah.
he's light enough to be a boat. We can just float on.
Yeah. So what do you want to do in this chamber before we call the session?
Well, I guess we're gonna go look for a boat and see if we can just cruise around the little pond in there.
All right, you can do that. If you follow the token on the map, I'll show you what in the world's going on here. But yes, you head to the west, down that door. Once again, Althea steps forward. Wait, I got this. She opens the door before Marshall. And there you see this corridor. Goes 10 feet before a set of steps descend even further down to the west. And as you do so, Marshall in the lead, You see this larger open area, natural cave walls, broken boats, and debris everywhere. None of these boats are of any use, of course. Turning to the west, because to the south you'll see there is another corridor that leads out. However, that corridor, as Farley Tell points out, has been sealed by the gremlins, the Mitflits. King Scrong, his ilk, filled that corridor up with stone and rock to keep the Drake from coming in and causing havoc among his people. Turning to the north, you see the pond. Or the
Okay,
lake.
Althea,
Or the lake,
tell
I
you
should
what.
say.
what I'll do is I'll tie this rope around my waist. You hold the other end, and I'll swim across and get the boat. And then I'll bring the boat back.
All right,
And then we can cruise around.
exactly. The boat is on the far side. Now, we've been through this before. How it works, if you want to follow the same procedure, is that you can cling to the wall while you're in the water. You don't actually have to swim, and you won't be submerged because of armor or weight that you're carrying. So you can work your way along the wall and get yourself to the other side. You could all do this, or Sheppy could do this. Get in the little dinghy if it's still there. You can't really see around the corner. If it's there, you could hop in and bring that back.
Do you want me to go alone, or do you want to come with me? If you fall in, you're going to be in trouble.
Don't forget Marshall's here, and so's Farley. Send Marshall across. Be strong.
Yeah, go ahead, Marshall. Go get the boat.
Get in there.
If anything happens, we'll fish you out.
Yeah, don't worry. Here's a rope. We'll tie the rope on him and let him go get it.
Tie it around his ankles.
I was thinking more around his neck like a leash, but yeah.
Oh,
We'll do that too. How do you want to do it?
yeah. We can all head and just kind of shimmy around, and then when we get closer to the boat,
Yes.
either Marshall or Sheppy can kind of reach for it.
All right, sounds good. You've made a plan. You're ready to do it. You jump in the water, one at a time, starting with Marshall. We'll use your marching order for this. Marshall, Sheppy, Althea, and Farley bringing up the rear, although he looks very hesitant to step back into that water. He doesn't want to be wet again. This place is always wet. He hates it. Sheppy, you dive in behind Marshall. What I need now is an athletics check to cling to the walls, because you are carrying a lot of gear. All right, so do that. Sheppy, you're not so bad since you got rid of that giant warhammer. Things are okay on your end, but not so much so with Marshall. He's gonna make a athletics check. This is public, so Althea, go ahead and make an athletics check for Marshall. All right, Marshall begins to sink, and as he sinks, Sheppy, make your check.
Oh, that was Sheppy's. Sheppy got a. I didn't hit it yet.
Oh, that was Sheppy's. Oh, that is Sheppy. All right, Sheppy.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yes, one after the other.
got one better.
I'm not sure you're tied. I'm not sure you're all tied together, but you begin to go under the water in order of jumping in. So Marshall begins to sink. He can't grab enough dirt along the walls to cling and hold. He begins to sink. Sheppy, you follow suit, and you too. It must be Marshall. He's pulling at all the things to grab onto. There's nothing left. You begin to sink. Now at this point, Althea, what do? You're not in the water just yet.
Can I get my rope out and throw it into the water?
You do so. No check necessary. The rope ricochets off the wall and it splashes down, and it's just then that both Sheppy and Marshall.
Is it too late for them to use a hero point?
Yeah, you
No,
know
that's
what?
all
I
right.
still have one.
I know. I was just thinking about that.
Oh well.
You clung to it. It's just then. Let me roll dice.
Uh-oh.
It's just then that Marshall pulls out his sword, plunging it into the side of the wall where there's soft earth. Just enough to give him some stability. His hand slides down the not-so-sharp blade and grips it tight where it's pierced into the soil. And he's kind of got himself some leverage, something to hold on to, and he manages to pull himself up. And with his other hand, his left hand, he grabs the loose rope that was tossed by Althea. Sheppy, you're kind of in the middle of this, where Althea and Farley are holding the one end of the rope. Marshall has the other well within his grasp. He's stable now, and you're kind of clinging to that rope with nothing else to grab onto. You're holding on to it. You're okay right now. You can calm down, get your bearings, and make your way once again across this wall.
Well, Sheppy can swim, so he's not too panicked.
Yep, but it's your weight, and anything else that might be encumbering you might actually pull you under. I know you're not encumbered too much, but it does play a role in this.
Plus, with all the muck that looks like is kind of all around.
Sheppy's at home. Okay, I love to be dirty.
Okay, now what I want you to do, stay in your character. Now what I want you to do, I know you are, is I want Althea, are you going to pop into the water? Uh-oh.
It's gonna be hesitant.
Yes, you are.
And she's keep going until you've clung to the side, and then I'll come in a few feet behind you.
Come on in, little one. I've got a good grip here on the wall. My sword. And he's got his... Did you like that?
You sound just like him.
I'm trying to. Kinda. I'm trying to... Go ahead.
She's actually going to tie the rope to that branch that's there. It's the only thing I can think of that...
We've only made it that far?
Oh, you're not... You're about 10 foot out along the wall. That's it. What I want you to do is all get in the water and start slowly moving, and I'm going to ask for one more check from Althea and one from Farley, and that's to see if you get across. Now I'm going to ask for another check from the ones that failed, and that's going to be Marshall and... But first I want to get Althea and them in the water. There's enough room now.
Okay. Hop in, little one. We'll make it.
All right. Just give me a second. I'm gonna tie this rope to one end, so it'll be like our lifeline. So she ties it as best as she can. And
all right,
then...
make a thievery roll. You're gonna make a thievery roll, blind.
A hero point.
No, you have to re-roll it anyway
blind.
because it's blind. You lucked out on that. You did.
Did I luck out, or did I just roll a 1?
You rolled a 1.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
Can I hero point that?
You can't because you don't know.
I just tossed the rope
Farley,
onto the branch. That looks secure.
Farley looks down at what you're trying to do and he says, "Wait, are you trying to tie a knot? That doesn't look anything like a knot. Step aside." And he's going to tie the knot properly. You did actually roll a 1.
Oh, well, I hero pointed and re-rolled.
You got a
Another
4.
one.
No, you got a 4. And then the last roll was a 3.
Sheppy's writing down a note. Althea does not know how to tie knots.
Oh, no. Wow.
Oh, I see here. This is how I do this. I figured something out. Kind of. All right, so a knot has been tied. It is secured for the moment. The rest of you can shimmy across the rope. I mean, you're a gnome. Your feet are going to be above the water a little bit, but slowly you're going to descend into the water, Althea. Behind you, after the knot has been secured with the rope by Farley Tell, I imagine the slack was taken up by the one in lead. I'm trying to visualize this. Yes, so you got plenty of rope to hold on to somewhat in case somebody falls in, but it's not going to be a stable platform to go across with. There's just going to be too much slack in it, so you're still going to have to cling to that wall. So what I need from you, Althea, as you begin to do this, is I need you to make a public athletics roll to see if you can successfully get a nice grip and move along this natural wall.
All right. When I fall in, don't laugh.
Okay, I got that. You are okay. You've got a nice little spot to grab onto, thanks to Marshall, who is also proceeding at the moment. I won't make you guys roll again, because we played that pretty good. I know what's going on. Farley dips into the water after he's confident that it's secured, and he begins to make his way across. He's going to make a roll. I'm going to do this on my end. And he doesn't seem to have any issues slipping into the water and finding something to grab onto, making his way across. Now, I'm going to take the token and show you what this looks like and where you go. It's right here that it begins to turn to the south. There's this little nook. You've probably seen it before, but you've never actually been here.
While we're
Yes.
moving,
Mm-hmm.
Sheppy will be searching best he can.
I think somebody was searching anyway. That was Farley. He's keeping his eyes open.
I'll help him out.
What were you doing before?
Scouting.
And because of that, they're tangled amongst the roots themselves, right about where the token is. You all notice this. Even Marshall, you point this out. Sheppy, you see it immediately. Tangled and hidden by the roots themselves, you see a small chest. It looks to be wooden and partially rotted from the moisture of this atmosphere. Rusted bands of steel wrap around this small chest, maybe 1.5 feet by 1 foot. It's just
Sheppy said, See, I told you.
and it's just within your reach, Sheppy. What do you do?
Well, I don't want to pick it up and get pulled into the water, but
It's there amongst the roots. There's just enough room to get through and grab hold of it, one of its handles, and pull it through. What do you do?
all right. Is it big?
No, it's about 1.5 feet long. I guess to you it's kind of big. 1.5 feet
All right.
long,
Sounds
about
like
a foot.
a personal chest.
Okay, I'll pick it up.
All right, you pull it.
Honest-
You pull it through the roots. No check required, but you do manage to pull it towards you and it hits you in the chest. And you're still clinging to the roots themselves to keep you stable. There doesn't seem to be anything else hidden here, but something hid this chest. There's a lock that seems very rusted. Now, what you could do there's a little neat graphic here I could make visible, I guess. Let me do that. That's cool. Now you can see it.
Yeah.
Wonder what...
Oh, would you look at that? You can even open it.
Yeah, it's a loot sheet. Except everything's revealed. There's no mystification. I gotta change that.
Yeah.
Big chest.
Yeah. Alright, so you don't know what's in there yet, so... I guess that token was public. Everybody can click on it. That's neat. Is that how those loot sheets work, Rachel?
Yeah. Yeah, I usually give change the image to just like a chest like it is here. And then I'll try to slip it in somewheres on the map.
And then
I'm
what?
like, oh look, you found it, and I reveal it just as you did. You
And then-
found this. Now open it.
So they can drag things to their character sheet?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, so everyone can look at it and they can take what they want, and when somebody drags something over, it's gone from the chest.
I like it.
So it's like an easier way for people to like, hey, take what you want instead of one character like, well, I guess I grab everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool then. I got to use that more often. Well, it's in this. So what we'll do is I'll bring that across. You've made your way to the other side. Let's do just that. I'm going to bring you over there. Not even sink in the water. You have to work your way. It takes some time to get to the other side. And just as you get to the other side, this little beach area, I believe it's about 5 feet. Yeah, 5 feet above the surface of the water. You got to kind of reach up and pull yourself across. It's there that you notice the boat, the little dinghy. It seems to be half full of water. Must have a leak. It's been taking on water. But it's right here at the corner where you guys had left it. Now, of course, the way they have this map drawn here, it looks like you got a beach and then you got those roots, which if you remember, they're stained white. Not stained white. They're covered in some kind of mold, this white mold. And you remember that you had to race past this little area. I'm sure you remember. However, as you do reach the other side and begin splashing about, Marshall on your way, begin splashing about, lifting the chest up and throwing it onto the beach. It's 5 feet above you. It's not even a beach, actually. It's a cliff edge, 5 feet. You're still in the water. You hear behind you, maybe 30, 40 feet away, a large splash in the water. Like something big just went into the under the surface of the water. Quickly, what do? Marshall, without hesitation, pulls his sword out of the surface of the wall in front of him, lets the rope fall, and he begins to pull himself up on top of the cliff edge, which again is about 5 feet. No check required. He gets up top. He's up there with sword drawn, and he's loosening
He's going to get to a spot where he can get good footing too.
He's loosening his shield to get his shield put on. With that, what do you do, Sheppy? You're right behind. Say it again.
I am going to crawl up where I can get a good footing and get ready for combat, I guess.
All right, you can make an athletics check because the rope is no longer being held by anyone but you. You'll need an athletics check to climb. This is a small 5 foot, but it's sheer. I want you to make an athletics check to see if you can get up there in one go.
Public or blind?
This could be public. I have the DC. Okay, it's a struggle. It's a struggle. You cannot get yourself a good grip to pull up, but just then, an arm reaches down from above. Come, little one, I've got you. And he reaches down. This is Marshall. And with that, he pulls you up. And with that, Althea, with the rope, somewhat held by the goblin, he did have the end of it. I assume he didn't let it go. Sheppy.
Nope. I still have it.
With that, you feel the pull, Althea. I need you to make an athletics check for you as well to be heisted up onto this 5 foot cliff. Public. No problem. With his help, you both get pulled up. And Farley Tell, he reaches the side, and it's a struggle for him too. It's a struggle for him too. It's a struggle for him too, but again, with the rest of you close by, you manage to pull him up as well in no time at all. And it's then that you begin to see the wake of the water approach the beach from where you are. You see the ripples in the water, and they're much bigger, like something dove into the water that was quite large and created these ripples, and it begins to wash up against this cliff edge. It's kind of unsettling. However, you are no longer in the water. You pull the rope up, realize that it's tied to the opposite side, you're going to have to leave the rope.
Quick, tie it to one of the other roots.
Now these roots,
Sheppy, who up?
these roots are covered in some type of white mold, and it's quite unsettling.
Never mind, drop the rope.
The rope falls to the ground and falls into the water. What do? You don't see anything in the water, just the rope.
All right, without looking back, Althea is going to start heading forward, and she's going to ask Marshall to do the same. Just keep going forward. Don't worry, Sheppy. We're going to get to dry land, or so a safe place so you can take a look at that chest.
Come on, lass. Follow me. And Marshall turns and begins to head up those steps. Althea, you're right with him. Sheppy, what do you do?
I'm coming too.
And Marshall, or Farley as well. Okay, you have the chest in tow. You can get up those steps. Did I handle that right? I mean, did I miss something? Because I blacked out for a second. Rachel, when you were talking. Sorry.
Oh, no, you got it. Yeah, she
Okay,
was just saying,
okay.
hey, let's go look at the chest.
All right. All right. Okay.
And when we look at the chest is when I'll head out, because
All
it's
right.
11 o'clock.
All right. And that'll be a good spot. Okay, so everybody's at the top of the steps. You're in front of the secret door leading down to, if you remember, the library. This was the route Althea and Sheppy took when they made their big escape when Dane had fallen in battle, as well as Magnolia. So you recognize this completely, Sheppy and Althea.
Memories.
Now the chest, if we want to open this up and take a look at it and distribute some stuff now, or do you want to save this for later? Do you want to do it now or later?
Let's do it now. You got time, right?
Sure. Let's do this now.
Okay, so what you find in there, the lock falls right off the latch. It was just so rusted. You find coins. You got 36 gold pieces. Of course, that's on there. You can drag that to your sheet however you want. You got 36. There's also what looks like a great axe and a couple other objects. I'd have to open them to see what they are because I made them mystified.
Well, the one looks like a wand. I'm interested in that.
All right, go ahead and take it.
Just want to give the great axe to Marshall.
No, he's got a hammer and an axe. Oh boy.
He's got
I'm sure
options.
He'll like it.
Yeah.
Farley will take the other item that's in there.
Unusual object.
Yeah, I think it's I don't want to say what it is. It's in parentheses. Let me give that to him, and you guys can divvy up the coins somehow. Just
All
say
right, so
36 divided by 4, or 3.
So 32 or 12. I mean.
Yeah, everybody take 12. Poor Farley got left out. But he got something else. He says, no, you can take the gold. I have enough. I am fine. And drag this to his sheet. Okay, do you want me to drag that great axe to Marshall?
Yeah.
I gave the 12 coins to Marshall, and I took the 12 coins as well. Yeah. And then you'll have to drag the rest.
Right, you gave Marshall 12 coins?
Yes, I did. I added it. I don't have the chest open or anything, so I just manually added 12.
Okay. Did you take your 12 coins, Sheppy?
I got it. I took it from the chest.
All right, so everybody's good. Well, that's pretty cool. Loot sheet.
Yeah, that is cool.
convenient. We were doing something like that before, which was just make a journal entry, put equipment on it, and you just drag it from there. But it just makes duplicates, I think. It doesn't take it away from the sheet.
Yeah, all my players have like a chest, like a locker that's on a ship. So on the map where the ship is, I put a little token, and that's how they access that locker. And they can just drag and drop, and this way it doesn't count towards their their full weight on their character sheet.
Nice. Right, there's a locker.
Like a video game.
Yeah, that's really kind of what the Foundry's turning into. I'm waiting to the point where like they don't even need me, and then I can join them in adventures.
Yeah, just runs it for you.
Okay, how much can we automate? It wouldn't be the same, but still.
It's getting there.
Right,
Yeah.
What do you do with the chest? Just chuck it in the water? Chuck it down the steps. What do you do with it? It's rusty. It's
How
junk.
big is the chest? Oh, you said it's rusty?
Mm-hmm.
Rotten.
It's going to fall apart if you keep pushing and pulling on it.
Just leave it.
Yeah.
Just
We'll
leave
just
it?
leave it.
Okay. Mix it in with the other debris. All right. We'll
We're
end
gonna
it.
come back, it's covered in white mold.
Yeah. It's a mimic.
Oh no.
We'll leave it at that. I think you know what? I think we'll take you down to the library and we'll put you in that little room. And we'll assume, and you made it there safe and sound.
Yeah.
That is what you want to do, right? You want to go to the lower level, back to
that
your
was the plan.
stash.
Yeah, the boat doesn't seem like a good idea. We all made it through anyways, so we're good.
So we'll assume you guys get down there safe, no problem. Nothing out of the ordinary. You make your way to your little stash, in fact. And we'll assume that it's in that room that you divvy up this treasure. Maybe you open the chest there, but it doesn't have to be. But you went over what you...
Well, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to have to search the whole room. So that was good.
Yeah.
What, do you mean that treasure chest?
Yeah, I didn't expect to find treasure that quickly, but that was good.
Well, you have just such high perception. I mean, you know what to look for at this point. You're pretty experienced, and it was relatively easy to find. That Drake wasn't so sneaky after all, if it was, in fact, the Drake's treasure. It was there a long time. You found a bunch of stuff. I don't know how a great axe fits within a chest that's only 1.5 feet long. That I have to
Don't worry about it.
I have to retcon that.
It's collapsible.
Yeah.
Yeah, the handle's
It
actually
shrinks
rotted.
in size. I don't think that belonged to King Strong either.
We'll assume that was stuck to the roots as well, separate outside of it. But everything else was
Hey,
in
there's two Sheppies and two Altheas.
Don't forget the duplicate Marshall and Farley.
Oh, yeah, them too.
Are you in the stash room?
Well, I could see the
yeah.
whole map. That's where we are.
Yeah,
Our
but there's
tokens are
also
stolen.
Your tokens are where, Jesse?
In that octagon room.
to the right from where we are.
No more.
Oh, oops, I'm drawing all over the map. Let me just delete these. I think I had to pencil out because I was going to make a mark of something, but then I decided no, because we went with a different route.
You should be in the stash room now, correct?
Yes.
All right, let me save this position on the map, and then we're good. Configure, and this is where we'll pick up next time. And yeah, you divvied up the treasure. What are you doing on the map? What is all that drawing? What is that?
It's putting safe.
Safe. There you go.
No, we don't need to know that it's safe. We need to know the secret password. Farley is
I
king,
can't.
or is
Yeah,
the
I'm not
king.
writing that.
Farley is the king.
Imagine Patrick's coming back and, what is this?
Don't worry about it. Long
Farley's
story.
ego got ahead of him.
Okay, and I'm going to update the time. And what we'll do is next time we'll start off the next session. Not this one, but the next. Oops, I just went ahead 2 days. We'll start the next session where you guys can actually rest. So it'll be a healing session right from the get-go.
Just rest encounters and resting.
Yep.
Just get those slots back. That's all that matters.
Yes. Can't do much without that.
And before everybody goes, Rachel, let's do our outro. Do your outro. Rachel, what'd you think tonight? Did you have fun? What'd you do?
I did have fun. And I made it to the end! Haha!
Huzzah!
I'm awake still somehow. No, it was a good session. We got a lot of just like other exploration. We've connected the dots of different spots. The staircase leads up and around. We learned a little bit about Marshall today, like actually confirmed he had spoken it himself. No like secretive hints of some sort or whispered thoughts or laying flowers down. No, he actually admitted to it this time. And the characters they kind of reacted like, oh well, we knew it. We knew it this whole time. But also kind of like, oh well, that explains why you're here. Unfortunately, a day late or a couple days late, but we all have to carry on, and the amount of guilt that Marshall must carry, like, oh no, I should have been there for my son, so close to helping him, and this is what happened. Now it'd be interesting to hear what happened on his journey to Otari that took him so long. But no, it was a good session.
Good. Glad you enjoyed. And Jesse, how about your outro?
Yeah, it was a great session. Had a lot of fun. We got a plot hook to follow up on with the possible werewolf character. When we get back to Otari, I will look into that. Maybe we can do something with that character down there, or we could just leave him alone. Either way, we did find some new things here on this previous level, which is good. Found some treasure, always good. And until next session, my friends, to arms. See ya.
That was a lazy 2 arms.
Yep.
All right, folks, we're going to call it right there. Episode 34 has come to a conclusion. Pretty good session. A little bit slow, but that doesn't mean a bad thing. We had a good time. We had an enjoyable time. It was more exciting than you would imagine. Actually was. A lot of good improv here and there. I enjoy that. And we'll be back again next. Well, we're going to do episode 35 next, so keep on the lookout for that. So until next time, folks, you guys hang in there. It's only going to get better. Till next time. Toodaloos. Toodaloo.